Alright. Okay, so welcome in everyone. Camera's not where it usually is. I need to look into the camera. A couple things changed. I've set up another camera to see if we can get another angle, and I was going to do cosplay stuff tonight, and I've been needing to do it anyway, and I feel like lately the only time anything ever gets done is whenever I, what's the word? Put it to like a schedule. And I was like, you know what, if I go ahead and stream stuff, then I probably will. So we're just working real laid back tonight. I don't really have specific goals on the costume. I've already worked on some of it. I'm gonna have to replace the sleeves, so we're gonna start with that tonight. Also, I've changed my mic just a little bit. OBS is very angry and it says I'm peaking, but I've done some recordings and I don't think so. It doesn't sound like I am, but if audio sounds absolutely miserable, feel free to tell me. Oh, you know what? I should put the music on. Where is the music? Put the music on. Again, if I get quiet, if I start peaking, if you start not hearing my voice, if the music's too loud, whatever it is, just let me know. I will be watching. But yeah, let's just get into it. It's gonna be real laid back tonight. Put my mouse over here. What is Twitch doing? I don't know what Twitch is doing. My seam ripper, so we gotta rip these old. So I'm working on a Chongyun cosplay from Genshin Impact. Let me turn down my music actually, because I'm not gonna be able to hear myself think. So I'm working on a Chongyun from Genshin Impact, and I've started working on the shirt, and granted, I don't have a pattern for any of this. I'm all literally doing this just flying by the seat of my pants. But this is his little, the beginnings of his little jacket thing. You can't really see here. Step back. Oh! It's his little jacket thing. You know, it's got the front and his little sleeves. And I made these way too big last time, so I can show on here, this one. The sleeves, that didn't end up looking good. So I'm going to have to take this off and redo them, because when you've cut too much, you can't put it back. So I'm going to have to redo these, but we'll start with seam ripping these off. I'm going to salvage the blue bit though. Alright, and unfortunately on this side, I just need to redo it. I need to take more exact measurements and work harder to get that more accurate, because I don't like that at all. It really makes me mad, to be honest. So it's turning inside out. And also, this is not a sewing tutorial for anyone by any means. I have self-taught myself everything, so there are many things that even I don't know. That's gonna be the pain in the ass, so I guess we'll start with that one. Everything gets quiet and gets loud. Let's see here. Okay. So, seam ripping. Fascinating things. Oh, this is going to be such a pain because I forcibly silk stitched up the entire thing thinking, oh, I'll make it work. I'll make it work. No, you're not going to make it work, Kyo. You're not going to make it work. Okay. This could be a lot worse though. It'd be a lot of thread to pull out, but it could be much worse. Come on. Is it showing on the screen? Okay. See, camera angles. I fetched with this last night. I was planning on doing cosplay stuff today. And oh my gosh, it was hard finding a spot. Oh, and the camera might last only there's a lot of things that are a work in progress here. I didn't realize that the camera did not have an option to charge while being on. Like the battery. The battery has to be taken out. I'll have to get like an adapter battery if I want to have that. And I do not have that, so the battery will go out eventually, but we will figure out and continue with something. Maybe that'll be a break time and we'll do a game or something. We shall see. Right now is seam ripping them. How loud is the music even? Oh, I tested this all out, but it's kind of loud. Turn down just a wee bit. There we go. Okay. Now I can see and hear everything. I took my chances and decided to play the Genshin OST. I've got it on random. Everything is in order on the playlist I made, but I have it on random just because why not? We'll jump around the different areas. But I figured, you know, Genshin is so active about people wanting people to stream their game, so hopefully they aren't angry with me with the music. But we will take our chances, because there is much more music in the Genshin Genshin playlist than what I've been able to find for copyright-free music. So we shall try, and we shall hope. Okay, top one's been undone. There's still the white stitching out. Oh, there's so much to undo. I went way too overboard, thinking that, oh yeah, this will work out. No, it's not going to work out. No, it's not. But this is a lesson to anyone. It is okay to make mistakes, because you can always redo them. Especially with sewing a lot of fabrics. As long as you're not doing like super thin sheer type fabrics, a lot of them are pretty forgiving. When you put stitches in, you can take them out and kind of massage them. And usually the holes will start going away. And if you're just sewing right on top of it, it's not like you're damaging it too much. The fabric itself is essentially a bunch of strings that have holes in between them anyhow, so it's okay. It is all deja vu. Okay, that one done. Now for the next line of silk stitching. Cool. Don't really need to do that one, so we can start here. Come on. Get up under there, come on. I'm trying to present this camera. I'm not doing a very good job of it. Because I'm right-handed too. Gotta curve everything to the other side. Doing my best. Now I think part of my error, at least with the silk stitching, is that I made the machine work too hard to put the silk stitches in. Granted, it didn't need to go through this many layers, and I think the machine kind of got, not stuck, but it was just too much for it to handle to be able to do nice, clean, well put together silk stitches. Because it essentially went through 1, 2, 3, 4 layers of fabric, since this is double. So I asked it to do a lot, and I'm not going to be too mad that it didn't work. I'll be mad if it doesn't work whenever it goes through 2 layers of fabric though. But we'll do that whenever we get the new sleeves cut out. And then we can repurpose this white fabric from the sleeves that we cut off now for something else. I will say though, I don't know how to make patterns. Well, I could probably make patterns after I figure out what I want, but just from measurements alone, I can't make patterns. I'm not that smart, and I'm not that trained. I'm not trained at all in anything. So I will say I probably have a lot of fabric that goes to waste, but I try to reuse it for something else, one way or another. If not, it ends up being scrap fabric for testing on the machine itself. Testing different stitches because, again, I am self-taught, so everything is learned by trial and error. Come on. There you go. Get up under there. Whenever I come to seam rip, I usually put on a video or something, just so I can do it during, I don't know, downtime for lack of a better word, because I can usually do this with very little concentration. Where's I going with that thought? I don't know where I was going with that thought. I really don't know. It's just one of those days. Every day is just one of those days for me. Do I know what I'm talking about? Maybe 50% of the time. At the very least, I might know what I'm talking about, and then I totally lose where I was going with the thought. See, it'll come up. Nice. Got something extra here. What are you? Let go, please. Gosh. This poor piece of fabric. I've got so much of it. Right, and then I put the tape on there too. So stick. So stuck. Sure. We're getting rid of you anyhow, just cut through it. I just want the blue piece to release, please. Thank you very much. What is this one? Song. Tale of the Yakshas, yes. They have lots of recurring, I guess, kind of notes in the music that's written for Genshin, which makes sense because you want your story to relate back to one another because it's a full story, even if it's different areas. But at first that also sounded like Storm Terror stuff when that was going on. It sounded like... what else does it sound like? Some of the, like, bigger pieces have similar motifs within the music. And then it's just like extra stuff that kind of differs, or it'll have a motif in the middle that refers back to another piece of music written earlier in the story. We almost got this off. Gosh, this is one dirty piece of fabric. Got so much to clean up off this. Just one little corner, come on. Just cut that. We do not need that light bit fabric there. Can go, and that is off. We don't. Ugh, cleaning up all this little string bits. String bits! You sit there. We'll salvage this blue piece first. Oh no, this is dragon spine. Man! I hate dragon spine as a location with my entire soul. It's one of the more infuriating places that I hate to go. Just truly, I hate to go in the game. But the music, I sit down and listen to it and I'm just like, oh, I'm so solemn and somber. And I'm not sure exactly what it is that harkens back to this for me, but like, for instance, for this reminds me of like Christmas time music. I don't know what songs exactly, but maybe it's the piano. I think it's piano and strings. I could be wrong, but it reminds me, the tune itself reminds me of Christmas time music. It's nice when the little bits come popping out. Some of them, when they get ripped, because essentially I'm cutting halfway through a stitch, because it's on the, I guess, the exposed side, the pretty side. Sometimes they are still wound under each other within the stitch, so just pulling a group of them doesn't just come straight out because they're connected underneath. You know, it's probably counterintuitive of me to have my workstation literally on a 90-degree angle away from the computer that I can see what's going on with chat and stuff. It's okay. Looking. Yep, so for instance, I'm working on this and right-handed and I keep turning it in this way. It's like, what am I doing? What are you doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Hold it out more. Do my best to hold it out more at least. Yeah, like this area is pretty thick. I'm picking on it, but only a few things are coming up at a time because they're still connected underneath. I'm gonna grab my tweezers, to be honest, to make this a little bit easier of a task. Fingertips don't get raw too quickly. Yeah, tweezers are much stronger at grabbing anyhow. Maybe I should have just got tweezers from the beginning. These are pulling out like butter now. Nothing's stopping me. Just like the tweezers. Maybe it's just a little extra force that it needs. You know what? I could do... Come on, charging cord. Whoa! What is that even? Cotton. Oh! Questions, oh questions. What is that cotton? I don't know. Why that's caught? It shouldn't be caught. It is what it is though. Let's see. Cool, okay. I'll set that there. Why is there still caught on something? Ugh! Oh my goodness. Too much wire spaghetti underneath there. I need to get that. I need to get that organized. I really need to get that organized, but am I? The world may never know. The only time anything usually gets organized is whenever it becomes essential for me to organize something before doing something. On the open theme is very good. My favorite time of day to log into Genshin is in the evening because I love the sunset. I think it's so pretty, and the music that plays with it too also is very pretty. It's very aesthetic. Though I think my favorite, which I feel like a lot of people can attest to the same feeling, my favorite is, I believe, the nighttime music, because it's the lady that does the vocalizations and sings the tune. That one I think is by far my favorite. It's very... that one, words and not definitions, descriptors. There's something about it that just feels ethereal, and it's really pretty. But at the same time, I don't think it would hit the same if it was done during my favorite visually appealing, what's the word? Evening imagery? The evening imagery I don't think would do it as much justice. It has to be a nighttime thing. Very pretty though. Genshin just has way too much effort put into it for a game that can be played free to play. It's just astounding. The music's exceptional. The visuals for the game itself are really good. No matter what anyone says about any character models. But it's just... there's a lot of work that's gone into this game. And I think it's amazing that it's not like Breath of the Wild at $60. Almost done with this bit. Again, there's nothing wrong with making mistakes. They can always be fixed. It just takes time. It just takes time to reset. Let's see. Goes in. Last few bits here. Come on. Okay. Okay, yeah. So you can probably see. No, I'm not sure if it's super focused, but on here there are holes left from the original sewing, which a lot of times if you come at it and start rubbing at it, and if you put a little water on it sometimes too. Silk stitching that might be a bit harder because there's so many holds consecutively after one another, but in the inner bit here, which you probably can't see, was the original just plain stitch that connected the white to the blue versus the blue silk stitching. Those are a bit further away, and so I can kind of really just rub at them here and they start disappearing pretty easily. I don't know if you can get them to go away exactly. I don't know if you can get them to go away overall. I think fabrics that are more of knit quality probably have a better chance of being able to do that, just because they are originally knit to begin with, so they are meant to already kind of shift like that, and they're already stretchier fabrics, so it'll be easier. With cottons like this, probably less likely chance, especially the closer the stitches are together, or if you're using a thicker needle, you're puncturing a thicker hole, so it'll be harder to close up, but you are able to kind of fudge it a little bit and get to look a little bit better than just the straight up holes that you've left from where your stitches have gone before. Yes, this was the one. This is the opening, or yeah, the opening? I guess the title screen, the home screen. This is my favorite one. Okay, that one's salvaged. Okay, might as well just pull the blue up. Come off the edge here. I'm not gonna go through the effort of trying to get that all the way off. Cut and trash that. I can probably just stay. Ooh, and all a lovely piece of tape. Get those up. I'm not going to want to deal with that when it comes to salvaging this fabric for something else. Oh, and that pulled the stitch in with it too. How great. 2 for 1 deal. One more tape. One more piece. One more piece. What is this? Is this part of the Golden Apple Islands? It might be, because this is a Cleese song remixed. Sounds like it could be Golden Apple. I don't remember. I heard there was supposed to be a reboot. Or maybe a continuation of the Golden Apple Archipelago. I don't know what they would do with that though, because that was kind of like a fancy thing that we capped off last year, I thought, but granted it is a place that Venti already knew about, regardless if what is her name? Alice told him or not, or if he knew of Alice's plans for Klee. I guess you could make more storyline in it. I feel like that would kind of be beating a dead horse, though. What would we do there again? We've already been there, so we know what's going on there. The mystery of it last time was, I think, the charm point. Ooh, that was a long bit. Kind of underneath something. Is that stitch good? Nope. Okay, cool. Blue bit has been salvaged. Let's do this other blue bit. This will be much easier because it hasn't been silk stitched, because I'm not a fool. I did it on one and I was like, ooh, this looks disgusting. This is unacceptable. I am not wearing this to the convention. Well, where is this? This is indoor somewhere. Is this Wangshan Inn? I think this is Wangshan Inn. There's a lot of music that's very familiar, but while I'm in the moment playing the game, I don't always associate it with that area, and so I forget. I think this is Wangshan Inn. Very calm, very pretty. Like, I always forget how pretty some of the boss battle musics are. Just because I'm in the moment, I'm usually raging. I'm usually yelling at something or somebody. Oh, can I hold? No, that's the edge. Okay, that's the edge. Cool. This is much nicer to seam rip than the silk stitches. These are so much further apart. Usually too, with no seam ripping, you can kind of just snip one and it'll pull a couple or a few stitches out. So you don't necessarily have to cut every single stitch that you've sewn. Makes it slightly easier when pulling things apart. Cool, and that's off. Told you this would be much quicker than the other side. Now we'll take the arms off themselves. And we'll measure them out a little bit again so I can cut new arms to retry on. I should have done a lot of this a while back. I always go home from work and I'm like, okay, I need to work on my costume. Con season? Con season? I guess it is con season. I'm only going to one con this year, but con's coming up. Should get your shit together. And what do? I come home and I'm so tired that I just crash. It's really sad. A lot of days I will come home from work and just fall asleep. Chongyun deserves the love and attention because I've got so much to do on him still. There's a lot of things that I have never even done before. Like, I haven't done film working and I haven't done resin working before. So it'll be something entirely new and I really do need to dedicate the time for trial and error on that because that is the likely areas that trial and error will be needed. How do I want to start seam ripping this one? So we'll go along the sides in here. I just turned everything inside out. I would just turn everything right side out and then put everything inside out again. Okay, where is the sleeve? Is there? So going along here. If I'm not careful, I do get lost when sewing too between the inside outs and the outside ends. I think originally I sewed one of the arms on and it was the wrong way out and I was like, oh, seam's on the outside, fuck. Oh, you know what? I might need to actually be cutting the other strings. I hope this unravels. I've forgotten how serger threads need to be ripped to be able to come out easy. Let's see, has this done anything? This kind of nope. What a fool I am. Kyo, you fool. Go ahead and start just snapping the normal threads in between that are sewing it. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Maybe it just needed a jump start. It's looking very good there. Okay, cool. Very good. That's exactly what I wanted. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Rip these threads a little bit. And there's more. I know I said more over the corners where more seams intersected because there's 4 seams that intersect here. Because I went over them all and they kept having holes, so I was just like, fuck it, just double duty and go for it. There's a lot of stitches through here. Just keep going around. Keep going around. Oh, don't poke yourself. This is why you seam rip away from yourself. This is why you use anything with a knife away from yourself. Do as I say, not as I do. You're gonna poke yourself or slice yourself. More than just poke yourself, you're gonna stab yourself. Back around? Yes, we have. Okay. We've got all those nasty threads. Okay. Where is the separation? There it is. Did I go down the wrong seam? No, I didn't. Oh, that's only half the arm. Okay, we need to keep going. I went that way because I could have gone the exact opposite way and pulled the wrong end of the shirt. That would have been very sad. There's lots of threads here too, because this is another intersection. Oh, I cut fabric. Fuck. Whatever. Just threads, please. Just threads. I'm begging you, please. Just threads. I can't even tell where the threads begin and end now. There's so much going on through here. I think I really just like laid it on real thick through here. It was not staying. It's okay, we'll sew over it later. What? Just pull you off like that. Okay, off you go. Clean up all this stuff. Threads can come off. Get ready for new sleeves. Okay, threads everywhere. My workstation here is always so messy, especially when I have to fix things like this. Especially because you get threads that are literally like tiny. Like, put it in the palm of my hand here. Itty bitty length ones. Teeny tiny little threads everywhere. Scattered all about. Thread itself is already kind of messy when you get little snippets of it, but when you get teeny tiny ones like this, they go everywhere. You don't realize till you're like, oh gosh, they're everywhere. No, don't need to shear that one. Okay. That's probably exciting, me getting on stream being like, yes, let's make Chongyun together. First thing we do is clean up. Big ol' hole, we'll just chop that off when we come back with the serger and the new sleeve. It's not very pretty at all. Okay, I think this part is clean. I think this part's cleaned up. Clean this bit up so we don't have stuff everywhere when we come back to reuse this fabric. Because keeping less of a mess is ideal. These are also much easier to pick out than the silk stitching, just because they are further away, so they're not as tightly, I guess, as tightly sewn into the fabric. That's not the right phrasing, because it's, like, granted it's sewn into the fabric, but I guess the spacing between them isn't as close, so they don't get the friction between them, they don't stick to each other more. Okay, I think that's pretty cleaned up, as much as we can anyway. Let's get the next sleeve off. Poor sleeveless Chongyun. Let's start from the inside to the outside. Let's start from the inside. the sleeve. The sleeve comes off. Not the shirt itself. We don't want to dismantle the shirt. I'm quite happy with the shape of the shirt, to be honest. Well, that's not the shirt. This is technically the jacket. Video game character costumes are so wonderful for the fact that they are truly otherworldly and fantastical. Looking closer, you look at Chongyun and you're like, okay, that can't be too bad, right? And you look closer at some aspects of him, like this whole jacket thing, jacket over shirt, overall question mark thing going on. The layers on the jacket are very odd and use a lot of my brain power, and I put maybe 50% thought into going into this, and the other 50% is going to be I'm going to have to figure out on the fly. Because what the hell am I going to do with some of that stuff? I have no clue. We'll fudge it and figure it out when we get there. But there's lots of overlapping, that's the word. There's lots of overlapping pieces of fabric that don't, like, I feel like they could potentially make sense in real life, but it's a brain bender to how I want to approach sewing something. It's just certain, to construct a garment, for me at least, since I don't have pattern experience, certain things need to be sewn together first so I can get an idea of what other pieces are going to look like and then be sewn on from there. Like, for example, I've got... Oh man, I just put a whole bunch of little pieces of thread in my lap. Good job. Good job. On this one, where is inside out? There's inside. There's outside. On this one, so for this jacket, for example, you can see, let's see, I have this picture up on stream, don't I? I do. It's kind of hard to see. But he's got like a little flap over his left shoulder. He's got a little flap, which I was starting to try to do, and I totally messed up. This little thing's supposed to be that. This needs to be much longer and go across like this, so I'm gonna have to redo it. But it's also sewn into the top part of the jacket, so I don't want to undo that yet because the sleeves also depend on that being already sewn for me to figure out what this shape is. So this just kind of, it just kind of sits there. It just kind of sits there and does whatever it wants to. I'll get back to that later, but I forgot where I was going with this line of thought. I think I was just saying how weird some things fit together, the layers, because his hoodie connecting to his jacket has other little flaps and stuff to it that are just like, oh my goodness. How am I going to get this all sewn together? I might just have to sew for sewing so everything can fit, without me losing track of where and what needs to be layered how, because it's just a costume. Granted, I think it'd be fun if I could wear this every day, but if it doesn't look good enough to be worn every day, then it's not going to be a problem to me. I know that I'm not the best sewer seamstress out there, so as long as it looks good enough to cosplay in, and even if it needs to be held together with safety pins and duct tape in certain areas, so be it. We'll get there. We'll get there one way or another. Did I go around? Oh, I have gone around. Okay. Start pulling things apart. Yes. Oh, that scared me for a second. I was like, oh no, we've torn apart the wrong bit. Okay, I think I took what I wanted off. Okay, de-shed this. Tiny threads come off. Man, talking about layering, the back of his hoodie is not just two fabrics coming together and going up the middle of the head. If you were to like put the hoodie over your head, up the back of your neck over your head, it's It's, of course, stylized, and I'm gonna have to figure that out on the fly as well. Granted, it looks really cool, it does, but it's not as simple as making two symmetrical pieces for a hoodie and piecing them together. I'm gonna have to make two extra long symmetrical pieces and then cut from there because they kind of wrap around further past, I guess, the middle point of where the neck and the head would normally be on most hoodies. Okay, is that clean? Looks clean. Put that aside. Now I'll clean this bit. Oh man. Covered in tiny white threads. Oh, get off me. Get off me. Yeah, we're almost to the part of creating new. I promise, I swear. Gotta clean up. Gotta clean up our mess before we start anew. Trash there. I hope my audio sounds okay for y'all, because I'm not looking directly at my mic most of the time either. I'll probably pull that closer to be honest. Oh, that catches on the other camera if I'm not careful. So we'll keep it there. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see. Good. Tighten my mic a little bit. We'll try there. I have no clue if it's good or not because I can't read the audio log on OBS because OBS is very angry at me. But I know in recordings it sounded okay, so let's just pray that it sounds okay and y'all can hear me and I'm not dropping anytime I lower my voice a little bit. What is this for? Is this a storm terror thing? It's something else. Because it's that same motif of big, impactful story plotline. Let's see, what is this one called? What is this one called? All-Conquering Tide. What is that? That's probably We Are Conquest? Probably? Okay, we finally done all cleaned up here? I think we are. Where's this domain music? It could be domain music. What could be? Okay, cutting new fabric. Cutting new fabric, I need to move this out of the way. We don't need this necessarily. You can go sit back here. I do want this though. Pull this apart. Sit down again. It's gonna take me a minute. Oh! Seam rip this. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to use, since I eyeballed this and just kind of cut till it fit, since I know that this works, I'm going to pull this apart and I'm going to use it as a reference for cutting a new piece out on. I'm going to use this piece of fabric as the pattern. So I can cut two more pieces like this to make two new ones, and hopefully not cut as deep as I did last time. Try again. Make it look just a little bit better. Oh, come on, we're being persnickety. Why are we being persnickety? Oh, yep, Senora. I was like, the Senora? Sounds like Senora. antagonistic music. Man, you know, a part of me is glad. Okay, Genshin spoilers. You joined a Genshin cosplay stream, so I hope you're open to Genshin spoilers. But also, not only that, the spoiler also happened almost a year ago, so I feel no shame for sharing this on my stream, but I feel vaguely happy that she ended up dying. But at the same time, looking at her backstory, it's like, man, this lady's had it rough. This poor lady. Poor Senora. Like, I never thought I'd be thinking that, especially after meeting her, but after learning and connecting the dots that she was the Crimson Witch of Flames, which was also she's at least 500 years old, or she's time traveled or something. I don't know what, but she's either very old or she's got something up her sleeve. But this poor lady, her backstory is just so tragic. Let's see, come on. Also, this is the shit music. It's like eerie choir vocalizations. Okay, why are we sticking? Come on, don't stick. It's okay, we'll make more holes. We'll figure out what it meant. Oh my goodness, I really went to town in this area. This must have been where one of the fabric intersections was. This is part of the seam, so we'll just trim this string here. Toss it off. I think I'll just snip that. We'll just snip that for... I know what it's supposed to be. Because I'd already folded and rolled the seam. I am not unrolling that seam for new pattern. But... cool. That is our rough pattern that we need to cut out 2 more times. So, let me grab the fabric. Gosh, what was this? This was a mini game. What was this mini game? Oh my goodness, this brings back so many. Oh, this is a wind bloom mini game. I think this was a wind bloom mini game. I don't remember what this was. Okay, let's get the fabric laid out. You won't be able to see my face, but you'll be able to see what I'm doing. I have not been cutting off this fabric very efficiently. I know, but I'll figure out a use for them. Let me cut out of that bit. Is that long enough? That's probably long enough. So let's run a trash can so I can put the fabric on top of it. We can cut 2 new pieces for 2 new sleeves. Without the notch bit, of course. Okay, we'll add extra room on these upper edges just because we want to be able to roll those again. So if I remember, how much did I roll that? I rolled it twice, I think. 1, 2. So an extra ½ inch off the top. Get my pen and start marking this out. I don't have the trash can open. I'll throw it in a minute. Okay. That's the edge there. Now, this is all extremely scientific, I know. I'm adding a little bit of room along these edges at the back and top too. Because whenever I serge it, it's also going to remove some fabric. Or at least to get like a good serge that I've learned how to get a good serge with my machine. It needs to cut, it needs to have the cutting mechanism going whenever it is working on it, because it'll make both ends of the fabric be the same length, which will have a cleaner outcome. So I'm giving, I don't know, maybe like an 1/8 of an inch, an extra 1/8 of an inch off of the edge. Some places more than others, but it'll be okay. Doesn't need to be super exact. I just want to add a little bit here because someone's already taken off of this particular piece of fabric when it got sewn originally to the jacket piece. So if I just add just a little bit back, then I'll know, okay, we can cut and have more fabric for the working, so it'll look okay. Okay, and what did I say? I wanted to go an extra like inch out. What's that inch? It rolled twice, so it probably has 1/2 an inch. So let's be on the safe side, and we'll do 3/4 of an inch. If not, then it'll be okay. 3/4 of an inch. About right there. So it kind of goes on an angle, so be sure to get that there. This one, 3/4 of an inch. See, it's the wrong side of the ruler. 3/4 of an inch is about right there. Be sure to connect those two lines, dot dot. Right, and we want to go across because we don't want to cut that V. That V was the problem. That's why we don't want to do that. So 3/4 of an inch. Here, back here, 1/4 inch off of here. There, go up there, and we'll connect all this up. We'll get this connection to all super technical, obviously, because that's how I make costumes. Now we cut it out. I feel like I am probably sitting in the way. I am! But I can't really reach over here unless I do this, so stand here until here. And I'll try to keep my hands and body out of the way. This child probably is from Snezhnaya with boldness. This is probably child. Sounds like a child. And then we'll cut off this one little edge. They both can probably go in the trash, to be honest. Okay, we've got 2 pieces there. Trash can back up. Toss my fabric here. Okay, and now we have 2 identical New sleeve pieces to be added. We're set to go on that. And my allergies are bad. My nose is running. So, my nose. And keep going. So, what do I want to do next? I think I probably want to sew the sleeves together, like to make the sleeve bit, and then we'll see. Yeah. What do I want to do? Gotta think about this. Sit down and take a drink and take a think. Let's see. I want to put the applique on single. Oh, gotta think about cutting too. I could just roll over in the end. The sleeves are going to be wide enough. They can go around the machine, so that can just be rolled afterwards. So yeah, we'll just sew them. Let's see, sew up the edges. Ooh, those are not the same length. That's a problemo. We'll clean them up though. So when I say they're not the same length, there's this extra bit of fabric that's kind of sticking out, which I don't really want that because it's going to throw off the overall circular, I guess, the circle that forms the armhole itself. And it's going to make it harder for me, especially since I don't do calculations and stuff, and I don't know how to do odd-shaped patterns. I want everything to be as symmetrical as we can, or at the very least, when pieces meet, like here, I want that at the very least to be here. Put it in the center of the screen. I want this to be looking about the same, just so that when that goes together, that this has a full circle. These could be longer or shorter if I want, but I really can't be fussed. Can't be fussed for that. I think it probably would be smart to make the back maybe a little baggier so it kind of pushes forward on the sleeve. But that is a thought for someone that is not me today. See, this is probably the same thing, yep. Because it is cut from the same cloth. Those are actually really good. Okay, this was a better cut overall. Get rid of that one little bit there. And I will set up my serger now, and we can start sewing along the edge here, and then we'll sew it onto the shirt itself. That's what we will do. Okay, where's the cord? Here's the cord. Tangled amongst all the other cords. I got so many fucking wires here, just because I've got them prepped for my serger and my sewing machine. And my serger has one cord that plugs into the wall and then plugs into the machine itself with the pedal attached to it. And then on my sewing machine, I've got two cords technically. Two separate ones. One that plugs in like auxiliary style to the machine for pedal, and then one that plugs from the machine to the wall for power. And oh boy. Wires everywhere here, and the serger machine cord barely reaches the from my outlet plug to where I have it sat right now. So it's tight through here, to say the least. To say the least. Let me position my mic again because it is getting in my way. Stay right there. Okay. Now we shall start on this. Let's actually double check, make sure the machine's properly threaded. Because sometimes it will unthread itself, and that's obnoxious. Everything looks like it's threaded. Again, I'm not super smart about this, but I'm doing, on my serger, I'm using 2 out of the 4 threads, which actually, I don't think you can see from that camera view. Here, I'll just bring it closer into my lap, and I can explain and try to use it as a teaching moment, even though I don't know what the hell I'm teaching. So the machine itself has 4 different thread slots at the top there, and there's a metal bit at the very top that holds those threads. And it feeds into the machine through 4 different things, and in the machine housing itself. there is different ways to feed them in. So you could have up to, oh wow, that's loud. You can have up to 4 threads used to make a singular stitch. I'm using 2, just one that makes like the normal straight line like you would see on a normal sewing machine, and then the other one loops around it to make that serger appearance where you normally see on stuff made by sergers. So what am I doing? I need to sit the right way so I can hit the foot pedal. Oh, I've still got so many threads on me. Okay, so we've got that together. There's also a blade on this, which, oh, I don't know how well you can see. This little bit I'm turning right here is the blade. And if you can watch it while it's going, it will go up and down along with the machine and it'll slice it, because there's another blade inside the housing that uses it like scissors to cut. Okay, am I good to go? I think everything is good to go. Everything looks good. Want long serges, 3 on that. I think we are good to go. So let's just get started and sew down through this. I'm going to cut off just a little bit because we gave ourselves an extra little bit just to be able to cut along the edge and be able to keep that edge. Why did that not go under the foot pedal? Come on. I'll get right up against that blade. Come on. Okay, and then cut off a little bit here, which I don't think it cut exactly off, but I think the seam, yeah, everything looks really nice and clean. You can see white on white, obviously it's going to really help you. Here, we'll use the blue fabric to help us. You can see how clean that seam is. It's very uniform, and all the stitches also look very nice, which I'm not sure how much detail that camera's catching, but it looks very nice. Everything's very uniform, and within a very clean look to it. There's nothing, it didn't stutter in the middle of the stitches, didn't get stuck, so that is very nice. Very good seam. It's what we want. Where's the other bit? This is the other bit. Right. Since this one was also marked up with pen to make the markings to cut the pattern from, I'm going to put this bit on the inside. So not only is there a likelihood of the fabric itself being, the pen fabric being cut off, but even if there is excess pen fabric, it'll just be rolled up underneath, or it'll be in the seam itself versus on the outside. Because, I'm trying to use my words here, sometimes it could potentially, like for instance, if I did this the other way, and I sewed this seam here, and we're like, oh, okay, we're good here. If I turn this inside out, if I had like a raw edge, it could still have that pen marks on the outside. So we want to put all the pen marks on the inside and make that our quote-unquote wrong side of the fabric. So everything stays hidden inside if there's any accidental pen marks from earlier marking. Man, I started this off being like, I'm not going to teach anything in this, and like, here, let me teach you. Little tips and tricks that I know. Everything's down, and time to sew. Okay, excess goes in the trash. Snip it from the machine. Snip the excess from the beginning. Ooh, my chair's tipping. Oh gosh. Again, this came out really clean, which I'm thankful for. My machine sometimes likes to give me grief. But again, very clean, cut it very nicely, and the stitches are very uniform, which is what we want. We want a nice clean aesthetic. So now we've got two of these done. They look pretty much identical still. I think we took off about the same amount of fabric. Yeah, we took about the same amount of fabric off of them, so they still look pretty identical. Now we need to sew it back to the shirt itself. We need to give Chongyun some sleeves. He's not He's not gangster like that. So what we'll do to put the sleeves back on again is, this is the right side out because all the seams on the inside. We want it inside out. Inside out. And we want these to be right side in. So the seam will be hidden already on the inside there. I'm going to use my workspace here more efficiently. I'm going to use pins as well because there's quite a while we're going around this, and I know that something's going to slip and it'll be uneven, and it would make things a lot easier, and it'll look a lot cleaner too if I can get the edges of, what is that? Okay, that's the wrong side. Does not matter. Does not matter. It's going to come out one day eventually. I want the seams to hit at these intersections with these other seams, just because it'll look much nicer having one seam that comes up and up, up the side and then up through the armpit. It'll look much cleaner that way, and I prefer it that way, but if it's uneven, then so be it. Let's move you so we can use the workspace. Oh, because I don't have much workspace in this wire. It's going to kill me. Okay. So we have our inside out shirt here. And since we made the sleeves symmetrical too, it doesn't matter which one goes on which side. What matters is that you just want to look for the angle bit. The angle bit is what's going to be going in there. So we need to turn these inside out, or sorry, right side in, so that the seams are inside the sleeves like that. We take our flat edge that's going to be the edge of our sleeve, and we put that on the inside. So when we slide it in like this, since we're making the seam here, when everything turns out, everything will have the seams on the proper sides. So let's see here. Since I said that I really want these seams to be together here, I'm going to start by pinning those seams together first. By pinning those seams together first and pinning them, how do I want to pin them? I want to pin them facing this way. It's also good to think about how you pin things too, because you'll want to keep those pins on as you're sewing, and it'll be, if you're able to have it to where the pointed part of the, here, you can see here, the pointed part of the pin is facing, feeding into the machine as you're feeding it, it'll be easier to pull out because the ball end of the pin head will be closer to you to pull out versus you having to kind of like maneuver around the machine and the foot itself to pull it out, or even getting it stuck in the foot itself. I've had that happen a couple times. I've seen some though where people will pin further back just so they can sew along the edge. I always have trouble with that. I don't know why. I always have trouble with that, but that's also feasible. And I've seen other slimmer pins that people have used that they just sew through and pull out the very end, which I don't have those. Everything, I put my pins through the sewing machine, they get stuck, no matter what. Okay, so we've put the first pin in here at the intersection, so our seams match each other on both sides from the sleeve seam and the shirt seam. And now we're going to want to pull that and fold it. So we find the top of what that sleeve seam, or sorry, the sleeve itself, the top of it is, which, properly folded, is about right here. And so on that point, we want to put that up against this top seam. And that's going to be where we put our pin. So we know that, where do I put the blue pin? We know that it hopefully should be even. We pray that it's even. We put it like that. And then we'll do the same where we put the, we'll fold it the other way, and we'll use the same way to where we'll put the two seams from top and bottom together that we've just pinned, and we line them up so we find not only the halfway mark of the sleeve hole, but the halfway mark of the sleeve we just sewed. That, and those will also be pinned to hold there. And granted, since this is kind of a misshapen piece, I try to line it up. Before folding it, because the sleeve hole, I believe, is more circular. Well, they're both circular, but the angle of which the fabric is being held, I believe, is different from the sleeve hole versus the sleeve itself. And so it makes it kind of awkward to try to find the middle of them. It does look pretty lined up, so ow! Don't poke yourself. It does look pretty lined up though, which is nice. That is what we want. And considering I just chopped off a sleeve that seemed like it fit, it felt like it was probably okay. Okay, rule of thumb is to do the halvesy things, but I'm just gonna eyeball it today because I can't seem to do the halvesy thing on the other side. What matters most is that that top and the bottom seam, okay, there's no seam on the top. The bottom seam is at the intersection that I want it, and then the other half that is the half to the top is also on that seam, so everything else should hopefully be even. So I'm just gonna go around it, around the edge here, and line up the two fabrics. And I'm going to pin them. I'm going to stretch your fabric too. You do need to be a little careful, because if you accidentally stretch a little bit of it, the top or bottom fabric could be more stretched than the other bit, and they won't be even. So when you sew it, they kind of have, it'll either pucker or there'll be like a hole or something left, or you won't have enough and you'll have to stretch it, so just be mindful if you're doing that, because we want them to be even. So we try not to stretch too much, at least in this particular instance of lining stitch up. Oh man! Change the battery pack. I knew this was gonna happen. I knew this was gonna happen. It's only been an hour and a half. How long did that battery last? Here, we'll keep it going. I will shift my webcam though. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just trade it out. Technical difficulties, aka the battery. Don't worry. Everything is fine. But I will shift my webcam so that can follow what my hands are doing, because y'all don't need to see my face. My face isn't that entertaining. Plus I'm looking at my hands most of the time anyhow, so let's get this battery charged. It'll probably be about an hour to get this charged, so hopefully not too long. Where did the charging thing go? I should have had this prepped because I knew this was going to happen. Where did I put the charging block? Still there? Nope, I moved it. There it is, okay. Okay, battery is charging. And we will futz with OBS real quick. Let us see. I'm gonna move this down. Move my mic just a bit. Sorry if I sound extremely loud. I'm right up on the mic. Let's turn off webcam. And let us add another overlay. New video capture device. Use my webcam. Wow! And we seem to be stuck. I don't know why we seem to be stuck. Camera, there we go. Catch up camera. Catch up. We will put this over and pretend like nothing happened. Oops. There we go. So we'll turn off the camera for now. And we'll have it like that. And let's put this pin in the box. That's not going to be good. And let's see. Where can I put my webcam? We're going to go. Oh no, we went on a ceiling adventure. That's where we went. Why is everything getting tangled? Because it's connected like that. Technical difficulties, everyone. Technical difficulties. Do not mind the man behind the curtain. get this untangled. Why have I tangled this all up? This is something, huh? Okay. Get you back to the tripod. Okay. What hit there? I'm gonna probably put it closer. Shift it closer. There we go. I think that works, yeah? You see all my mess on the floor, but that's okay. That will work for the time being. Camera needs to go back in its case too. We must protect the camera. Okay, that's like that. We were pinning a sleeve. That's what we were doing. So let's keep going. Clee? Is this Clee? Yep, this is Clee. It's too exciting to not be Clee. See, is it okay still? It's a side view, so it's kind of odd. But it's okay. I will show my work after I've done it. So, pin that side. That side is also pinned. That is ready to go for sewing. Or we're going to serge it on actually. Now, to do the other side, we'll do the same exact thing, just the opposite side. One bit goes this way. You know what, I should see what time it is right now and check. I will set a timer actually for an hour. Set a timer for an hour, then I will remember to pull off the battery from the battery pack and we can use the nice camera again. Because I'm not sure how clear this DSLR is. Why is that highlighted like that? Please do not highlight. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. There we go. We'll go ahead and do the same thing on this side, so we're matching the seams again. So we got 2 arms, we gotta do it twice. I have 2 arms at least. Chongyun also has 2 arms, so we'll have to pin the seams again. See, at the edge of this one, I'm not sure if it's capturing it. Both seams are kind of not fully sewn to the edge, which is kind of odd when it comes to placing stuff. So just kind of gotta flex this a little bit so it matches with the edge of the rest of the fabric. Because again, we want this to match as best as possible because it'll leave holes or they'll be puckering if it's not dealt with. Why does this hole feel so much bigger? Oh no. Maybe this should... Huh. Maybe I should put some hand stitches in that. I think I'll do that because that seems like it's going to become a problem later on. Do I have a hand needle around here? I don't know if I do or not. I think I do. Let's check the box. Let's check the box. I used to have a pack of hand needles. I'm not quite sure where they've gone. There they are. Okay. I'm going to put in a couple hand stitches just because the edge of this fabric is not fully sewn to the edge, or I might have seam ripped it and pulled out whenever I was doing seam ripping earlier. And I want that to be connected together because it'll make it easier to pin stuff and for things to be sewn around without it getting off, what's the word? Without it being askew. Since we want those seams to match, it'll be much nicer looking in the end. And this, doing these hand stitches to get that put together to, I guess, even everything out will make the chances of things being sewn together Much nicer. Oh, I should pull my mic over here so you can hear better. Yes, let's do that. So, let's pull this needle out. If I can get this needle out. It's only poked in the paper, but it is pretty firmly in there, which I guess is a good thing. You want your needles to be firmly in place whenever they're traveling. That one's not there firmly though. Stay in there. Close this up. Put that back in my box. Okay. Do I have other white thread? I do have other white thread. Let's go grab other white thread from my spool holder. And if my chair will stop running over the wires, we'll get close again. Oh, didn't put these back in. We don't need to stitch them. Going to do maybe 2-3 stitches. 2 or 3 stitches. So that stays and we can pin properly. Come on, needle. Okay, let's pull this sleeve out for the meantime. Put it aside, and I will work on this little seam here. Make sure everything is properly held together. I'm going to kind of mimic the length of the stitches from the serging, so it doesn't look too strange. On the outside, because if I did shorter stitches, then it'll make like a, what's the word, like a weird divot. It just would not look good. I'm also going back through, I'm not sure what it's called. I call it an overhand stitch? Is it an overhand stitch? I don't know. I don't know the names for things, but I'm going over the fabric instead of how a sewing machine will sew like along the length. I'm going over the fabric like a serger does. And I'm also looping it through to make, I guess, kind of a knot at the very end. So it vaguely knots it like that. And it's not the prettiest work, but it holds it together and that's what matters. So I'm going to tie a knot to end the stitch itself, because with hand stitching it will come undone if you don't knot it. I went back through all of my stitches since I only did a few. So since I did 3 stitches, I usually go back through the last 2 or last 3 overhand stitches that I did underneath them, and then knot it from there because it'll hold it nicer in my opinion. And it's not just kind of dangling at the edge; it's firmer. But for this particular instance, since I only did 2 or 3 stitches, I went through all of them that I did. And I usually knot it 2 or 3 times when I'm hand stitching because I don't trust myself. And I would rather everything stay. So everything will stay. Okay. There, put that aside in case we need that needle again. Now we can try putting this particular sleeve back in. Okay, where are we? That's the shirt. Seams on the inside, this is the outside. So put it back in. And line everything up again. And since that is sewn now, it's completely flush. And since this one's not completely flush, it'll make it so much easier instead of fighting with two seams that are not completely flush to one another. They'll be chopped off in the end anyhow, but for the meantime, a couple hand stitches will make it simple to keep together. Okay, fabrics are flush, seams are together, pin goes in. Okay, do the bottom, now do the top. Why does this armhole feel bigger? That's what's got me worried. This armhole does feel bigger. Maybe I should have measured both of them. Maybe they both weren't symmetrical after all. I lost it. Where's the middle? There's the middle. Slap that on the seam. Stay now. Open you up. Okay. That's like that. And since I think this is slightly a bigger armhole versus the sleeve that we cut, I'm going to be real ginger about trying to stretch out some of the sides. We know that I've got half and half done, so I'm going to gingerly stretch out the sleeve that's on the inside, so the sleeve bit itself, not the sleeve hole, so it matches and will go along the edge of the fabric. Because I don't want it puckering. I really don't want it puckering. Okay, you know what? It'd probably be smart to find the middles on this too. Let's find the middles. Again, if we can. That way if there is puckering, there's not giant puckering. Okay, now with the middles found, I will do my best to go along the edge. I'm going to bet extra pins than usual this time, just so that everything stays together. So we want to make it look as nice as we can. See, this is why you double check your measurements, kids. Don't expect one side is going to be the same on both sides. I think it'll be okay though, it doesn't look it's too much bigger. Do light stretch there. Just a light little stretch. It'll be okay. Oh, ouch. Poking myself with pins. Okay, now that is pinned up. We're ready to go. Let's bring the serger back so we can sew this on. Oh boy! Let's see. Hey, yeah, that's not a bad angle. You can see what's going on. You can see what's going on. Along with all my stuff on the floor. I was not anticipating this particular angle, but it's okay. It's alright. Let's get it plugged back in. Turned on. I have my pin bucket over here because I'm going to be pulling them out as I go. Since we're going around the sleeve too, I'm going to go ahead and take this off, which they made it the most intuitive way possible to take off that particular piece. Put that aside, so I'll have a smaller bit here, and the sleeve hole will fit around it better. See, was this the problematic one? No, this was not. This was the other one. So let's start that back there. Let's start just before the seams. Is that both the seams? That is both the seams. Let's see. Kind of sit. Pull that pin out. And we're going to be chopping just a little bit off so everything is even. And it'll have a nice finished seam, hopefully. Also, I'm being careful here as I go along the seam of not only making sure that the fabric stays together, but since these are two round objects trying to be sewn on a flat surface, you'll see here the fabric is piling over itself. I'm just trying to make sure that that stays out of the way so that doesn't accidentally get caught in the stitch. And a piece of fabric will be folded over and sewn, so there'll be a pucker in it where there's no fabric needing to be sewn there, just because it accidentally got caught in it. So I'm being mindful about that as I go along. And I'm cutting off maybe like an 1/8 inch of fabric with the blade of the serger itself. Okay, everything look okay so far? Yes, everything is looking great so far. Perfect. Next pin out. Keep going along. Usually I can go much quicker through this, but the fabric is being just a bit contrary, so just fine. I'll fight with it. Okay, this is the other seam. I can't, you may not be able to see. The fabric is being weird over here. The fabric is refusing to sit properly, so pull it like that. I want to make sure that that particular line stays there, because that was where it was pinned. So looking. Okay, that's the extra bit. We don't have to worry about that. Come on, fabric. Keep sewing. Oh, I worry, so I'm gonna troubleshoot. It's probably not going to look very good there. I have a sneaking suspicion, but it's just a small little snag, so hopefully it's not going to be something major. Yeah, we're getting close to the end, so it'll be okay. Okay, and we made it back to the beginning. So off the edge there, snip that. Oops, that didn't do a good job over that intersection. We'll go back over that. Other than that though, this seam in itself I think looks okay. That's where we had our snag. Is that particular bit there? Yeah, I see. Did not do very well though, so we can go back over that. Other than that, most of it looks pretty good. When turned inside out, let's see where that snag looks like. Yeah, see the intersection? Not the best, but it's close enough, and I'll come back and reinforce it with the regular sewing machine so it stays. Ugh, the seam is on the shoulder. Of course it's on the shoulder. So why wouldn't it be? It's okay, I'll come back through, and when I fix it, we will... What will I do? How the hell did this happen? I don't know what happened here. I did not like it. For whatever reason, I did not like it. Let's see if it's pinched here. I think it'll be okay when I come fix it. Because this can honestly be fixed too on a sewing machine. But we will come back. Give it some love. Give it some attention. There's the other bit over here. I think that can be fixed with just the regular sewing machine. We will fix this one on the serger though. This one... I don't know how that fabric... Did the fabric get folded over? Maybe it didn't cut off as much as it wanted. It did get fed pretty weird, so it might have done that. What will lay flat on here? Okay, let's just trim this bit off. Go over it like so. Come on, foot pedal, come on. Let's hope that solved the problem. On first glance, it does look much cleaner. Get rid of these little strings sticking out. Granted, I don't like those, but that's because I pulled away from the stitch itself. Oops. Back up. I'm gonna keep this thread. That goes in there. This goes in the trash. Let's see what it looks like on the outside. Does it look better? Appearance is better. It is slightly better. The fabric is slightly puckered. You can see right here. But I will live with that because I believe, if I remember, he has it on his left breast, I think. Over his left breast. Yeah, so this little pucker is likely going to be covered by the hood whenever I put the hood on, so I'm not going to be too fussed about it. Is this child again? Yeah, it's child again. Okay. Forget about child. Child is not about you right now. It's going to be covered by the hood likely, so I'm not going to be too fussed about that. It's going to be okay. So we'll move on to this one, who's probably going to be our problem child. If that one other arm was painful, this one's probably going to be even more painful. Let's pray it's not that. Let's pray to be pleasantly surprised. I'm not an optimistic person. I really am not. That and like that, and let's sew this arm. This is the bottom bit here. Oh, don't poke me. Pull this out. Keep those matching. Keep going. Let's see. Cut off. Oh, is it cutting? It is cutting. Okay, I think we are okay. We made it past the seams. I'm gonna pull that pin out. I'm gonna hold on to this pin. And lightly stretch it. And everything will be okay. Hopefully. Whoa! Shit, where'd it go? Oh no, okay, it landed in my pants. That could have been disastrous. It's okay now. It's alright. Stretch it. My serger is so much louder than my sewing machine. I did not test the serger on audio, so I apologize if that is an awful sound to be listening to. Okay. So keep that rounded edge. Stretch that out. So just keep pushing it. Make sure it stays open. Why is this doing that thing again? Trying my best to stretch. Why is the top needing to be stretched? Now that's the question. Just because of where it's at? Being weird? The fabric itself? To keep everything aligned here. I may not be doing a very good job though. We shall see. Oh, we are at the very end. Okay. Alrighty. Okay, that's not bad. That's okay. This is a very sentimental sounding sound. Sounding sound? A sounding song. Vast and Blue. This is probably a Traveler song. Okay, let's see how we did. Oh, that goes in the trash. Offcut. Yeah, that got kind of goofed at the top. Everything else though looks pretty clean. That's very good. Okay, how does it look on the outside now? That's the moment of truth here. Okay, bottom. Seams are pretty aligned there. Very good. Okay, I'll take that. The side, a little puckering. That's okay. Oh, it's on the front too. I think I might be able to iron it out though. Don't think it'll be too noticeable if I iron it. And the top just needs to be fixed. That's not bad. This could have been so much worse. Cause like, that's the worst. The like light bit of how it's like puckering. But that's not bad. I will take that. I consider that. Oh no, we don't need to turn that bit. We need to turn. We need this. Okay, let's go fix this top bit. I don't think got properly snipped. So, pick up my foot. I'm gonna line up the seam, and we're just gonna sew through. And I think that'll fix the top seam problem. We're gonna leave at the top. And it's a little puckered on the top too, but that's okay. That'll be hidden by something. No one's gonna be looking that close at my costume. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yeah, that front bit. Not kind of bad. We have a shirt with 2 sleeves on it now. Okay, I'm gonna move this again so we can have the work table. Because now is gonna be the moment of truth. The reason why I had to redo this. I'm going to go about cutting off the triangle bits that show the blue from the inside, and we'll put on that decorative. Ooh, that looks a lot worse laid out on the table. Oof. It's okay, ironing out will be okay. It'll be okay. That's what I keep telling myself. Just keep working. Just keep working. This side looks very clean though. Okay, standing time. And all my wires. Take a drink of water. Hydration is good. Hydration is good, kids. Alright, let's see what my notes were last time. Seam ripper over here. Oh, seam ripper's flying. Move my stuff. So the blue pieces we salvaged, and this was our original mock-up pack. We will move that back. Alright, blue pieces can go to the side too. We don't need you right now because we need to do triangles first. Let's see what I wrote down last time. I've got a whole bunch of measurements and stuff put in here. But I don't know if I write down every single thing. I can't remember if I've written down all of my notes. Oh dear. Sleeping cut. I do 4.5. I don't have a standard noting system, so this could be like completely off. I could be just writing stuff down, because sometimes I'll just write numbers down for the sake of writing numbers down. I'm like, oh, I'll remember that in the moment, but when I come back to that, who knows what that means? Who knows? Okay. Going to get in half here, layer sleeve flat, because his little design on the edge. Okay, by the way, if any of y'all are artists or cosplayers or just need Genshin designs for reference, I have been using, what is this website? Gamesfashionarchive.net. Has the entirety of Genshin's cast in model format, so you can literally look at your model however you want and zoom in, and you don't have to worry about them like blurring it out how they do in game when you have the character. Like they blur it out so you can't like see panties, I guess, and stuff like that, or you're looking at like their ass. But whenever you need in detail up close views on a character, this has been super duper handy. Like it has been ridiculous how handy this is to see the details. Why is OBS being weird? Come on, OBS. Pull this up here. But I have been using this and it has been so helpful in me thinking about how I want to go about stuff. Okay, so what sleeve is this? Is this the... Yes, this is the right sleeve. So his right sleeve just has the arch on it. Both sides have the arch on it. The right sleeve has like the fancy kind of design added to it. So we'll get this in half here. See if I can be smart about how I get this in half. I might be able to be smart about how I get this in half without having to measure shit. Yeah, we'll connect the seams on the inside for the top of the shoulder, and then down the arm, and then we will spread it out from there. It doesn't want to, because it's misshapen. I know, I get it, sleeve, I know. Is this more child music? Or is it something else? No, this is child music. This is child music! I know child music when I hear it. Man, I talk about how good Genshin music is, but child music always... I get hyped for child music. Especially if I'm not fighting. Okay, if I'm fighting him, I think it adds to like the feel that you have when you just want to get done. But child music is very, very good. We're gonna have to measure it, so we'll see here. Hi! Are you making Chongyun top? I am currently making Chongyun top. I am working on that. I'd already made the sleeves beforehand, but I messed up on them, so we're redoing them here on stream. And I'm waiting for my camera battery to recharge so I can get back to the way I had camera set up. But I hope this camera angle and the audio sounds okay. But we are working on it here. I'm currently working on putting the little triangle bits that are cut out on the sides, and then I'm going to put the little blue kind of decorative thing that goes around it. We'll work from there. I'm just trying to get this centered for right now. So if that's center, how wide is this? This is about, let's be generous. Let's be generous and say 8.5. So half of 8.5 is 4 1/4? 4 1/4? Oh man, that's pretty center. That is pretty center. That is pretty center. We'll call that center. If it's slightly off, so be it. So be it. So last time, I think, I cut 4 1/4 off from the bottom here. What's center at the bottom? This is about 7 inches, so center is, oh, brain do math, 3.5? 3.5's right here. Is that really center? I guess it is center, it just doesn't look like it. If I did 4.5 last time, that is quite a big gap. What if I did just 3 this time? Gap. Let's see what is going on. I'm using Game Fashion Archive for my reference to see here, and Granted, I could be a lot more scientific about this, going through and doing pixel measurements, but I'm just eyeballing it, and that potentially could be my greatest downfall. We'll see. We shall see. I wanted to go pretty high up, so we want to maybe leave that much. How tall is that? 5.5 inches from the top there? Gotta think of how the blue goes around it. Oh, I use my brain. Brain don't want to work, especially whenever I don't have exacts of how I want to attempt something. We go more than halfway up. I'd say potentially 2/3 of the way. So what's 2/3? A little less than 2/3. 8.5. Can make this easier. 9 divided by 3 is 3 inches. So I'd say 2 3/4 roughly. Roughly. It's missing half an inch. A little less than 2 3/4. So 2. It's probably where it needs to be. Because we're gonna fold the bottom too. That's 6 inches. I know it's even higher. It's even higher than I estimated. If we did 5 inches. 5 inches is closer to 5.5 might be our sweet spot, to be honest. I'll do 5.5. So we're gonna roll it. So very lightly just mark that spot. 5.5. That's the apex of how far we want that out. And then what I say, 3 inches for the width of the triangle. Because 4.5 was, or 4 1/4 was way too much. 3.5 might be too. I feel like 3.5 might be too wide. And I think it's going to end up stretching in the end too, so I think it's probably safer to stay with 3 inches. Kind of look at this visually too. Yeah, I think 3 inches, because it's gonna be full. Oh yeah, it's gonna be folded in anyhow too. So 3 inches is probably the sweet spot. I think. So if I want 3 inches to be the sweet spot, then we'll come in 1/4 inch and 1/4 inch. And then what is 1/4 inch from here? So we can have space to fold. So, let's see. Sorry if I missed it. What part of it are you working on now? I'm working on, so this is the shirt, right? This is the front of the shirt. This is the front of the shirt. And this is his sleeve. And so on his sleeves, he has those little triangular cutouts, and they also have the blue kind of lining around the edge. One of them's fancier than the other one. I'm working on trying to cut out the triangles because that's where I failed last time when I made the sleeves. So I am figuring out how big I want these triangles to be. So whenever I put this fabric back in, to have like the blue underneath it, and then we'll sew the the lighter blue, I guess, decorative piece on top, then we'll be good to go. So I'm figuring that out right now. Yeah, like, it was deceiving. I played the game, and I was like, oh man, you know, I love Chongyun. I believe, if I remember correctly, he was my first 4-star when I first started playing. And I just liked the character a lot, so I was like, you know, it's time to cosplay him. But whenever I finally started just like looking at his outfit to begin with, Genshin outfits are a lot more complex than you think they would be. And you're like, oh, that makes him so pretty for game, but it's such a pain to make! That's the problem there! Yay! Same first 4-star! That's great. Chongyun's so good. I love him. And I play in Japanese too, and I love Soma Saito as his voice actor. His save, it's so great. It's awesome. Let's see if I can get that centered again. I'm gonna pull it out. Also, I like chips. Thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. And I hope you enjoy watching me stumble around figuring out how to do this. We're just doing it real laid back and casual today. And hopefully not too many mistakes. That barely made a line. Cool. I hope you enjoy yourself. Because I will be doing- I have a feeling I will probably be doing- this is the moment of truth. This makes me anxious. This is the moment of truth. I guess this will be okay. Because it'll get a little bit wider. You know, worst case scenario, this is too tapered. You know? But I have a feeling I will probably be doing more sewing streams like this. Because I need to have him ready in a month. And I have been procrastinating bad because I get home from work. And I was like, okay, we'll work on him. And as soon as I get home from work, I'm just so tired that I ended up passing out during the middle of the week. And it's just like, woo, we need to really work on him. We need to really get working on him. Okay, triangle cut out of that one. Now let's get this one. Throw these little balls in trash. But I've got so much I need to do on him. I currently have the base for like his pants done and it's hanging in the back. I need to, it's literally the base, the white base, that's it, and nothing else has been added to it. And then the shirt base has been started. So I have so much I need to do, and I was really ambitious and I was like, I'm going to try foam working for the first time working on this. I'm also going to try resin working for the first time on this. Because I put a lot of hope into this costume. I started buying stuff for this costume literally like a year ago. And I just have it, it's been sitting, and with it being sitting, I was like, oh, you know what, I have so much time before that convention I want to go to, so it'll be fine. Like, I'll get everything done, and here I am. Not only, doing foam working for the first time, doing resin working for the first time, and I also was like, you know what? I want to make my vision glow! So I also bought stuff to make, to like hook up, like, you know those, what's the word? People have like miniature lighthouses that have all the lights and stuff in it. I purchased a, oscillating, that's not the right word, a pulsing bulb, a pulsing LED bulb. To put in its vision. I think it looks so cool, but I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to have that much energy in me. I'm not going to be able to do this, and like the amount of trial and error that's going to take is going to be ridiculous. So I have a feeling that something's going to give somewhere. Something's got to give somewhere, and I feel like it's probably going to be the vision, which I'm going to be kind of sad about, but it's okay. It's going to be okay. Where is the middle point? We've got middle. I think we're about middle. This one's 7 inches. Is it even equal though? Yes, thank you for your well wishes. It's my own fault if I don't end up getting there though. I know it. I should be pushing myself, and now I'm just gonna be living on anxiety for the next month. Getting the base and getting a good fit is absolutely progress. Yes, absolutely. Like, I consider it progress, and I'm very happy with what I have so far, even though it's only like remotely like Chongyun. But we will get there. We'll figure it out. One way or another, we'll figure it out. 7 inches. We still centered? I'm pretty centered. That looks pretty centered. That middle piece is kind of squiggly, but we will call this center. Center 7.5, so 3.5. That's 3.5. And what do I do on the other side? I should be writing this down. And I'm not writing it down. How far up did I go? I think it was 5.5 if I remember correctly, but I'd rather double check before I mark and cut. Yeah, it was 5.5. 5.5 and then 3 wide, that's what it was. 5.5 and 3 wide. And then the 1/4 inch for folding the fabric. Okay. Very good. Line this up. Draw. Oops, that's not lined up. Draw a line. Sure, close enough. Line it up. Draw a line. That's also close. Ah, man. Okay. 2 out of 2 cut out. Now we need to worry about the special fabric. The special fabric needs to go on next to the silk stitching. My enemy? Question mark. Let me find the fabric. Okay. Now we gotta measure and cut. This needs to go on to. Do I want to go ahead and just fold the fabric and sew it first? Maybe I should. That might be a smart idea. Remember how to cut things out. Using my brain's hard. Plus I don't do sewing activities too terribly often, so I forget some of the things that I've remembered and learned from previous times I've done sewing. What do I want to do? If I want to fold this, do I cut an inverted triangle at the top to fold that? I think I do. Just little just little notch. A little more of a notch. Because that will fold and be sewn. And on this one too. Cut. Little, where's the edge? Little diagonal notch. And this one also will get a little diagonal notch. So the fold? Question mark? Maybe we'll see. Little fabric. Cut this up back here. Let's go ahead and just sew that first, so that's out of the way. I can make more complete thoughts afterwards. Let's get this untangled first, actually. Untangling would be ideal. Plug in the foot. Get that turned on. Don't run over the wires. Okay. turn it inside out, actually. And we'll just go along the inside edge and sew it down. Probably actually want to pull that on the other side so it feeds it. How do I do this? Let's see. I want the big stitch. What is it? 33? That's a zigzag though, isn't it? This machine is new to me, so I am still learning how to use it. It's because this is my first like digitized sewing machine. Everything else I've had before is literally just like you've got the knobs that change the stitch length and the stitch style. You move the needle based off of like I think there was like a button or something, or like a little lever. So this is all fancy schmancy. I've got a whole panel of different numbers to do different stitches over here, and it's like whole. Granted, it's fascinating how fancy some of these are, and I would love to use them, but at the same time, for regular stitches, I don't know which one to go with. I'm scared, so we're just gonna do one. We're just gonna do one. Because that moves the needle over to the middle at least, so there'll be some extra room. Do I even want to? Maybe I should pin these. Maybe I should pin this to make this just a wee bit easier. Do I want to pin it or do you want? Let's flat iron actually. Let's flat iron it. Because it'll just iron it into place. Let's see. Oh, I haven't tried a digital one either, just the knobs. Yeah, like I've used my mom's old sewing machine and then I got one for like $100 on Black Friday, just like a simple machine, and I've used that one for years. But I decided to shell and get this because a lot of reviews were recommending this particular one as like a sewing. All sewing machine shows. Oh my gosh, the logic there. As a good like costuming sewing machine, so I thought I would give it a shot and splurge on it, and it looked real nice. So I'm gonna give it a try. Here it is. Here's my flat iron. Unconventional, but sometimes I don't like to pull out the iron, and I find that this as a double-sided metal iron works real nice to get some small, really crisp lines. Okay, plugged in. What types of fabrics are you using for the outfit? Oh man, that would be a good thing for me to remember, wouldn't it? This blue bit, this is 100% cotton. This specialty fabric that I have here, I believe is also mostly cotton. It feels mostly cotton. I think there's just extra kind of metallic bits printed on the outside of it. The white base though that I'm using, let me see if I remember. I went to a discount I guess. I went to like a wholesale fabric shop that's on the outskirts of one of the major cities I live near, and was this scuba? This might have been scuba fabric, I can't quite remember, but it has a nice opaqueness to it. Like you can see, it's pretty. Even with the light and stuff, you can't see through it too easily, which I wanted because I didn't want to use a lining because it gets so fucking hot in Texas. I wanted to try to make this as light as possible. So there's that, and also, is it a 4-way stretch? Technically, I would say it's more 2-way stretch. It has a little give in one direction, but it's more stretchy in this way, and I wanted to have it a bit stretchy too, so I can stand up and move and not worry about it like chafing and giving me a wedgie and stuff like that. Especially since the pants, I've made them just for my logic of looking at them all. I have decided to make them essentially the pants into overalls because they just keep going and they don't stop going and they just keep going up. So I was like, you know what? Let's just fasten these as overalls. And having like a jumpsuit overall thing like that, I want to be stretchy enough to where I can sit, because that goes the length of my body. There's no give there. With like pants and a shirt, you might be able to get away with it because there's the difference between the pants and the shirt don't connect together. But with a full body thing, I was like, I want to go with something stretchy. So that's what we're using for the base, but I believe almost everything else is going to be cotton that's a fabric attached to it. I think the only exception to that is I bought a, for whenever we get to like the sleeve bits that come out from his undershirt, I bought a, what's the word? What are they called? Like a sports shirt. It's got like sports fabric, so it's like silkier feeling and stretchy, but when you get it wet, it also like, I guess, wicks away sweat, which I can't sweat because I've got health problems, but at the very least when it gets wet, it dries quickly. Dry fit, that's what they're called. I got a dry fit shirt. I purchased a dry fit shirt, and I'm going to chop it up and use it for fabric for the sleeves. So that way, when I go to a summer convention where I can't get cooled off, I can literally just dunk my arms in water and it'll help me out a little bit. So I'm going to use that dry fit for that. And then his little, what's it called? Sash? It's not a sash, his little drapery thing is made of a type of crepe, crepe material. I think it looks cool. I found it and I thought about it and I looked at it. I was like, oh, this is going to be super cool looking. But today we're just working with the, what I believe is scuba fabric and 100% cotton. Let's see. Okay, let's get very careful not to burn myself. But it'll give it a nice crisp edge to sew on. Get that corner done first. I started using a hair flat iron out of pure laziness, but I found for smaller little details like this, it is honestly better, ? And it gives, at least the iron and ironing board that I have at my disposal, it gives it a crisper iron. Anything else that I iron, it, no matter how hot I get it, no matter how much pressure I put on it, no matter how long I keep it under the iron, it doesn't get as crisp and as flat of an edge as having these two irons pushed together. I can get this laid down so I can squish you. Man, that already looks sharp. Let's see. Pinch. Yes, right there. Right there. It's hot. No, come on. Okay, we'll just pinch it there. Just hang on to it there. You know what, that's probably good enough. Let's fold the other side. That is not half an or quarter inch, but we'll make do. Oh no, I let that sit too long on my table. It's warped my board. Fuck, man. Just the board or the table? That's flat. This is obviously not flat anymore. Just the board. Hopefully it's just the board. I need to find something that is heat proof. I should not sit on the table. Oh man, okay. We're doing this side. Hang the hobbits off the edge. Stop ruining my desk. Dragon spine is so— oh, there's my alarm! Cool, hopefully camera battery. We'll finish this off on this side, and then I will see about fixing my setup again, because I quite liked how my other setup was. Ooh, that's hot. Don't put that on the table, Q. Remember these things. Don't get lost. Don't get distracted. Okay. Done that side. Where can I put this that it won't absolutely melt something? I don't know if I have anywhere I can have it and then melt it. We'll put it on top of a box. It's a little better place than a box. I'll set it like that. Then I can flex with my camera because my battery is not good. It is not quite ready. We will check on it in a minute then. Never mind. Shall continue forth. The box probably would be handy to keep though. Okay, that one is ironed down. Let's do the other one. It's right side in. We need to turn it inside out. Why are we getting... Oh, it's the same one, because I was like, if we're getting Dragonspine back to back. It's the same one. Dragonspine, so... It either sounds like Christmas to me, or it just sounds sad. It's just real solemn. Oh, I hope they got the right area. Oh, it did. Roll in like that, please. Both sides folded? Both sides are folded. Okay. This can turn off now. Let's unplug that. Oh, which one is it? How many wires do I have? Too many. That's not the right wire. I know for sure. And they all have to be black wires too, so there's not any differentiation between them. Put this over here. On, get out of my space. Okay, now we can sew these down. Finally, we can get the sewing. Do you want to use the flat, or do you want to go around? I think I'll use the flat. Oh no, we've gotten jammed, haven't we? Yes and no. Gosh, dang it. It was running so nice before. They say to always sew back over your stuff, but when it gets angry like that, it's kind of a pain. Let's try again. Try again. Where are we? I don't know where I am. I've lost myself. There I am. You know what? This probably doesn't matter because it will be folded up eventually too. So we'll just go straight on through. This to stretch. The music is a vibe. I had to play Genshin music if I'm doing Genshin cosplay stream. Like, I felt that was probably the best course of action, and I'm crossing my fingers that MiHoYo won't come after me for playing the music. Just because they're so like gung-ho about people streaming their games, so I'm like, hopefully they won't. Don't perceive me. Yeah, my sewing machine is very fancy. I literally just got this. I decided to finally splurge on like a fancy sewing machine. Because a lot of reviews were saying that this was a good one for like costume stuff. So a lot of cosplayers were saying that they really like this as like a budget option. So, and granted, budget meaning like $300. Actually, I think it was more than $300 if I remember correctly. But in comparison to some machines that are like, you get some of the fancy ones that are upwards of what, $800? Five, 6 to 8. I'm good there. Okay. Let's see if we can get around this corner here. I do not know how to sew corners like this because I'm still a noob in some areas. That is not sewing on the fabric. Good job. Good job, Kyo. Honestly, there's probably better ways to be doing this, but we're just gonna hang tight like this because this is the only way that I can think in my head to do. Currently getting into sewing, and it's a lot. Very hard stuff. It is, like, I have been sewing, not necessarily through instruction, but I've had my hands on a sewing machine for, how old am I? I've been sewing since I was about 8. Granted, it was never extremely exciting things, much less quality things, but I've had my hands on a sewing machine since I was 8. So, 10, 11, 12, 14? Oh gosh, have I sewn for like almost 15 years now? My gosh. Granted, that number means nothing because I'm really, like, still, what's the word? There's a lot of things that I'm very basic at. But I do remember it's a lot. And especially if you're not following a pattern and you're learning how machines work and stuff like that, it's a lot. Yeah, it's definitely a learning curve to get into. Oh, come on. Did you eat my fabric? Excuse me? Do not eat my fabric. I did not ask you to eat my fabric, thank you very much. You were meant to sew my fabric. Very much so, so much to grasp. Yeah, there's quite a bit to go through. I do wish you luck on your sewing journey. You'll figure it out. You'll find something that just clicks. And if you can feel, like, the way that I think about it is that I'm the type of person that's a trial and error learner. Granted, I will look up YouTube tutorials for stuff that I'm really just lost on and I have no clue how to approach. But, even just small victories, like, it doesn't look like complete crap, you know? Like, it's something to be proud of, you know? You can see improvement in your work, then I always consider that important to think about. Just because you can see slow improvement, it makes you feel like you're getting somewhere. I have a day off technically today, so I'm going to try to make a bucket hat. I wish you luck! I wish you luck. Granted, I don't know how hard that is or isn't going to be, but I'm rooting for you to be able to make a bucket hat that you'd be happy to wear. Why is it eating the fabric? Come on! Come on, I have changed absolutely nothing about this. Why are you eating the fabric? Let's start from further back. You need to stop eating my fabric. That's rude. Why is it doing that? Yes, I know. I pulled it up before you were ready. I know. Thank you. I know you're upset. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but you ate my fabric too, so I'm not happy with you right now. Please. Just let me have my fabric back. Thank you. Good thing that's being folded. It's pretty ugly. Pretty ugly. Well, I feel like that particular part is very much sewn, so we'll move back. Yes. Go back. I got it. I got it, thanks. Everything's still, yeah, everything's still good. Just start sewing from further back, so you don't eat my fabric this time, just sew it. Why are we not folding? Come on. Fold over and sew. Getting off track here. I have such squiggly sewing lines. Okay, how do I want to go about this? How did I do this last time? Just tuck that in and pray? I think that's what I did. Whoa, shit, that wasn't on fabric? What the hell? We've gone off the fabric again. That can fold down, that would be great. It's okay, if it looks like vague crap, so be it. I'll fix it somehow. We'll fudge it. This is made for me and not for a contest, so who cares, right? Right. I need to learn to get better at those though. So I always come across them and I'm like, ah, shit, what the hell do I do? Okay, that doesn't look too bad. Could look better, but it doesn't look terrible. And that's all that matters. And it's got that cut off V I want. I think that is... I think we are getting closer to what I actually want to look like versus what I did before. Okay. That's the back. This is the front. Come on, sleeves. Why is it jazzy? How strange. I don't think I've heard this one before. Oh, this didn't get sewn. Oh, hand sew it. Whatever. I think we're looking. Let me pull up my Chongyun picture. We're Chongyun. That looks a lot better, I think. The width of that looks much better than before. I think this will suffice. Okay. Now we have that sewn. Move this aside again. And we will pull out the specialty fabric and pray again. Oops. That'll piece will be much help. Go in the trash. Okay, so that's looking better. Let's take some measurements and be more precise about this time. So it's rounded at the top, which here, no, we'll pull that needle and thread I had earlier. We'll put a couple stitches into that little piece on top because that's going to annoy me. It's going to be obnoxious. So we'll put a couple stitches. Let's see. Just fold it down. Might literally just be 2 stitches. I'll do 3 stitches. Oh no. I'm gonna sew this to match the other, so I've never been good at hand sewing. Like, I can get the job done to where it's sturdy, but I never... My hand stitching looks ugly as fuck. It looks so bad. Okay, I think that's tacked down. Come back through. I'll loop it through. Tie a little knot. Do a little knot. Oops, come on. Do one more for good measure, because I never trust, especially with my hand sewing. So where's... How do I loop? Okay. That's good there. Snip it off, set it aside. Okay, it doesn't look horrendous. Like, we're gonna be super picky about it. It doesn't look great, but it doesn't look bad. Okay, let's check on that battery. Battery, you looking good? Nope, battery's still in orange. Pray for that battery. Alright, measurements to add my fancy blue fabric that is not canonical, but I think would look great on the costume. So, quit running over wires. I've got so many fucking wires. Come on. Getting stuck on stuff. I'm gonna be up close and personal with this. Okay. So, I'll lay this down here. We will get as evenly weighted as we can. And We've got the apex. Everything looks all squiggly right now. It'll look much better once I get these blue pieces put in, because it'll support everything and everything will have a specific, what's the word? A structure to it versus how this is open, just kind of flapping. This could be as wide or as narrow as it wants to be, but once we get everything put in, it'll look much better. Also, thank you for the follow. I'm gonna butcher this. Noim Jaden. Thank you, Jaden, for the follow. I hope you enjoy the stream. This... yeah, that's not gonna be big enough. So, I've got to cut a new piece. And granted, this time I think I'll just cut a square out of the fabric. Yeah, I cut a square out of it last time. I'll cut a square out of it and then we'll do more precise measurements afterwards. So, I need it to be... much higher. How thick do we want to call that little bit? Half an inch. So with searching, would it be better just to err on the side of caution and put 3/4 of an inch? So it should be 3/4 of an inch around. Be a better. Let's see here. And it goes maybe. We want to leave half an inch of space. Yeah, we want to leave a half inch of space in between the edge here. So the top needs to have a half inch of space. We can get the lay flat. Can measure. Do my best here. So half an inch to the very bottom here. We'll do 7 inches, so it needs to be 7 inches tall. Also with this width, we can get this to lay flat again, just to make sure, because I fear. We want it to be half inch out. This is actually kind of a perfect setup here. 4.5 inches. So let me write this down. Where's my pen? Get my paper. So blue decor height. Oh gosh, what did I say? 7 inches? Sure, 7 inches I think was it. 7 inch, and then width was going to be 4.5. See, this is why I write it down, because I'm going to forget things. No, we need it longer than 4.5. No, worst case scenario, let's go ahead and make it 5.5. I don't think we're going to need an extra... we might need an extra full inch of fabric. Let's do 6. And then I can trim off any excess that needs to be trimmed off. There, that's what we'll do. So, are both sides going to be the same? Doesn't hurt to double check, because the sleeves were not. Slowly flat, please. Don't up on myself. I humbly request you to lay flat. Not like that. Whatever. You know what? We're just measuring this thing, so it doesn't matter if we got that on the inside. We're not measuring the whole thing. Ah! Okay. So that's roughly... question mark, roughly what it looks like. 7 inches. Looks like it's going to be a good measurement again. And what about 6 inches? Yeah, we'll deal with it. We will deal with it. So we need 2 pieces of 7 by 6. So I will this lined up. Don't think it matters which way. Yeah, it's fat. It's cotton, so it doesn't matter. It's got kind of a rough edge on here, just from where they've done. I'm not sure what they've done, but so it doesn't fray on the edge from the manufacturer. So I'm going to measure just past that, so I don't have to get any of that yuck fabric. 7 inches by 6 inches. And I'll measure out 6 inches from here, and then hopefully that's 7 inches out. No, it's not. What have I done? Oh, we measured 7 inches from the end of the yuck. Okay. Did I do my measurement right? I don't know. Hold on. Hold on! I'm thinking before I get to the end result. I think I just measured the hole itself. I didn't measure how much fabric I wanted to go in height-wise. I did, because we're leaving ½ inch between the white edge. Okay, so let's do 8 inches. Let's do 8 inches. That'll get me covered. I'll be covered with 8 inches. So 8 inches. Let me go up from the egg. See, this is why you measure twice, because you can only cut once. That is the real reason behind it. What is this? What is this song? It sounds like a child's song. Surge of Prophecies. I do not know who that connects to be honest. Okay, put that aside there. Be folded up again. How to go fold in half. Yes, just like that. Sit it back in its bag with the other fabrics I'm probably not going to use. What's that battery doing? We're still orange, we're still orange. Okay, yuck edge can go in there. Let's start using our head now. I could use math, but it hurts less to just bang my head against the wall. Okay. That's it like that. So, got 2 pieces, identical. Take a sip of water. Oh man, it's already 8:15. I should get something to eat. I don't know what I want to eat yet, but I should have dinner because it is past dinner time. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we can use those measurements from before because it was 3 wide. Sleeve hole. 3 inches wide. And that was 5.5 inches tall. So if we find the middle to this, because this was 6 inches? This was 6 inches, so 3 inches is the middle, which will be gutted out. 3 inches. So we need to add, oh man, 3 inches wide. So 3 inches wide. It would be 4 inches wide because we want a ½ inch on each side. So should be our mark. 4 should be our mark. And then we want the actual strip going around. What did I say? 3/4 of an inch? That's a full inch, so we can mark that 1/4 inch mark. I've got myself some room for error. Hopefully. Hopefully I have some room for error here. Alright. What was... This is going to be the tricky part. So it goes up. It goes up 5.5 inches. So we want to go 6 inches up. That would be the bottom for our top. Man, brain really is just brr. Well, you can just connect this like before, because that is rounder at the top and it's flatter. Because this is just outlining it and it's rounded at the top. That's it. That's all this is. So if I go ahead and mark, oh, this is smart. This is smart Q. We mark what would be 3 3/4. Technically, because we're adding a 1/4 inch to each side. Because I fold that bit in. And then this also needs to be 3 3/4, not 3 3/4, 3 3/4, 5 3/4, because I want a 1/4 inch in. If I just mark the hole, this will make it much easier to think about. So I'll have a physical representation of the hole. The hole's going to be flat on top though. Okay, that's the hole. That looks pretty proximate to the hole. That's gonna bother me. I want to get that. So that is the hole. We want... Okay, that's good I added extra then, because we're going to want to go further out. Because that's not a ½ inch. Is Ganyu? I'm getting, was it Chilling's Prince? Nope, lingering bitterness. Same motif though on the song. Okay. So that's the half mark. That still 3/4 an inch. It's still 3/4. Oh, I did good. I did good. Okay, if that's 3/4 an inch, we want that ½ inch at the top. Bring that ½ inch back. That is the ½ inch at the top, and it kind of rounds out. just make half-inch marks along this, I can get away with not doing too much math. Oh man, I might be able to make two exactly like this too, so I might be able to just stack them. Because I think the measurements were the same on both sides, if I remember correctly. Need to make darker marks in there. Okay. Those are marked out. Then we're gonna round out the top. Pretty much so, like, gotta get up to... It starts rounding at the very edge of it, so... Make a line. Connecting our little half-inch marks from top to bottom of where we will be cutting out. And then the top bit. I think this is gonna look a lot better, to be honest. I think it's already looking a lot better. I'll just round these out by hand. What I make. That looks okay. And then we need 3/4 an inch off from this one. My ruler will... I honestly need a new ruler. A lot of these are real hard to see. The curve again, just slightly above where the curve starts on the bottom. Okay, and 3/4 of an inch off the top here, in the very middle. Right there. Doesn't look half bad so far. This is gonna look nice. I hope this looks nice. This is already looking better than it was before, so I have high hopes, but we shall see. No, that's 1 inch. Don't do 1 inch. 3/4 inch, you. 3/4 inch. Remember. those lines up. And then we need to round out to the top. How flat does it get? It gets pretty flat. So we'll go ahead and just make that flat there. Oh man, this already looks so good already. Oh, it's something small, but it's a small victory, and I relish it. And I hope and I pray that this silk stitching is going to be much nicer to me now that I'm not overloading it with too much fabric. Pretty flat, and then I think that looks good. Not that y'all can see too much of it since I've been doodling. Camera battery is still hanging in there. Still charging, so. These put together, I can make two copies, one cut. Using our head here. Why did I do that one first? That was a foolish move on my part. Go with the outside first because that's going to be flimsy. Are we? No. We're okay. Okay. Outside cut. Now we can do the inside. Oh, these already look so much better. Oh my gosh, these look so much better. They make me want to cry, they look so much better. Okay, I'm gonna use this for something. Maybe. We're using small bits, so maybe. Because both sides have this initial bit. Yeah, the other side's fancy though, so we'll work on that. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, I need to eat something. I said this 15 minutes ago. I need to think of something to eat. I am going to go take, I don't know, we'll say 10-15 minute break. I'm gonna go grab some food and I'll be back, and then we will keep working on this while I snack. So, where is my button here? And hopefully my camera battery will be, oh, it's green! I'll plug in the camera and then we'll get started again in about 10-15 minutes or so. But I will be right back for y'all, so just hang tight. Okay. We're back, and the camera, actually I need to plug that in. So we will, where'd the cord go? Get this back up and running. I quite like how this was set up. It was nice and clean, you could see what I was doing. Need to be TV, like that. Let's reset. So we'll go ahead and turn that off, but where's, okay, turn that one on. There we go. And then camera is showing. Cool! We're back in action. Get everything to see. Use this as my reference. There we go. Okay. Everything looks good again. We're running. We're running. Okay. So shift this back. Move one thing in OBS and it gets angry. Okay. There we go. We are good to go. Now my computer screen isn't blocked and I can see exactly what I want to see on my computer. And I think I got a new thread. So we will be silk stitching this on now. I did get new thread. It's a slightly darker outline. Run. I made myself an egg sandwich to eat. Because I could not think of anything else. And I'm still so sad that that worked. I was not thinking. I was a fool. More water. Recalibrate before jumping back into it again. No, I kind of want that sandwich to cool down a little bit first. Do I have spare bobbins? Or at least near empty ones? Let's see. Just see. Yeah, it was. Oh, don't scare me like that. This white one's probably the best choice. I'll unravel it. Because it has the least amount of thread on it. And then I'll start putting on pretty decals for Chongyun. I don't even want to think about the other side right now. But that'll have to be a thought that comes eventually. Look at it at least. It's not too bad, and at the same time it's also a repeating design again, so if I can get the measurements from one side, then I can get the measurements for the other. Oh boy, I don't want to think about it. All I know is it's going to be 3/4 inch thick, because that's what it looks like. It looks like the other length that we just cut for these. Okay, that's done. This can move over here for the meantime, my little pieces. Let's thread a bobbin. Let us thread a bobbin. Oh, that's heavier than it looks with one hand. We need to take this guy out because we don't need him right now. You are also not needed right now. We're doing blue. Also, if you were here at the beginning of the stream and saw me pulling out the silk stitching, we're going for a lighter blue color. Originally, I had been using this darker blue. We are going to go for a much lighter blue this time because I thought it's too stark in contrast. Because granted, the fabric that I chose to use is also much lighter than technically the canonical colors on it, but I wanted to have like a little bit of a funness to it. Like, it has a little bit of shimmer to it. It looks like snowflakes to me, so that's why I went with that. But to make it seem cohesive, did I put that in the right way? I guess I did put that in the right way. To make it seem cohesive, I need to also lighten the thread, and this was way too dark. Like, that was way too dark, even though there is a bit of an edge on the MiHoYo design. I think this will look better. I hope that this will look better. I kind of wish that it was, I guess, dirtier with like more gray in it, but it's okay. I think, do I have my camera set up okay? I think yeah. Well, I had to do both the webcam and the camera by instinct because I could not change the scene on OBS unless I wanted to futz with it live. Okay. We're doing a bottom, that's what we're doing. Bottom this down. Pick this up. I really don't have any other better threads, do I? No. It would be nice to have a gray blue. That gray blue just happened to be too dark. We'll see how this looks. We'll do it. You know what? We'll do a tester. I think I have. We'll cut a piece of fabric, scrap fabric off this, and we'll use a scrap piece of fabric over there. And everything will be hunky dory. We'll see what it looks like. How's this winding? This goes this way. Okay. Pedal down. Get the wind in. I need quite a lot of you, so come on. Get your foot up. Okay, you're looking pretty cool. Oh, did I get lined up? Okay, thankfully not too much. Snip that. Reset this. Oh, come on. Over. Oh man, I don't know if you can see it from this particular angle, but this machine, granted, it's very fancy and digital. You can see, oh, you know what, my camera is not where I had it before. Let's flex up it actually a little bit. Just a wee bit. You can see everything I'm doing. Okay. There we go. I think that's better. Fancy digital sewing machine. Best part, in my opinion, best part, it has a little lever here that pushes down. Here. Let's make this. You push it down and a little metal thing comes through the needle. You can put your thread through the guidelines and it threads your needle for you. Oh my gosh. Like, not that I ever had trouble threading it before, but this is so great. This is so great. It makes me so happy. Okay. Need to trim that bit. So it does not need to be the thread that gets caught and pulled through. We thread everything up again. In business. Okay, so those are the real fabric scraps. I need scrap of this. Oops, that knocked everything over. Good job. Good job, Kyo. Back back up there. Did I put the yes? The needle's over there. Needle's safe and out of mind. Outside, out of mind. And this particular little scrap here. Yeah, we'll just do it right on top. Get rid of these obnoxious little threads. And we will snip that. And we'll do our test. How the hell did I do this last time? Let me go look at my pictures from last time and we'll figure out what I've done before. Because it was much easier to get to a silk stitch on, let's see, 4? Yeah. 4, and then we can test out the specific lengths. Do 2.5. And then what was the stitch length? Stitch length, where did it go? Where did you go? As small as possible. We'll start with 3 and see if we can get smaller, because 3 was kind of my lucky number last time. Or 0.3, excuse me. 0.3. But we have less fabric to sew through this time, so maybe we will have better results. Okay, this is probably on the outside edge. Let's test her out. Whoa! And it keeps getting— that's the problem too, it gets stuck in one spot. And, right, I need to lower my tension. Right, remember. You can start this over. That wasn't bad though, but on the other side it's kind of yucky. I can't see it, but I can feel it, and it feels kind of yucky, like it's knotted. Because it's sewn on top of itself. Like, you can see here the difference between the very beginning, and then this is like piled on top of each other. It's completely piled up. But we will keep working on it. That is a cool sewing machine. I'm not making the sewing machine, but it is a cool sewing machine. I finally splurged on a good sewing machine this year, because I've been using just like an old one with like knobs and stuff, and I got the job done, but I was ready to get like a nicer one, and this machine has treated me well so far, and I'm quite happy with it. Okay, let's try again. Now that I've turned my tension down, because I remembered. See if 0.3 will work for us. I'll just guide it through. It's looking much nicer. Oh my goodness, this is looking so much nicer. It's not skipped in. I saw a lady making a sewing machine last week. She wore the word brother in her sewing machine, so I assumed she was making it for her brother. Your jokes are so funny. Yeah, that's looking nice and clean. Like, here, let's see when we— I don't think getting closer to camera is gonna be a thing, but we can try. Change the focus on it at least. Focus closer. Yeah. So you can see where I messed up on the first bit because I didn't release my tension, so it's kind of— let's see. No, I'm getting blurry again. There we go. So it's kind of yucky looking up at the top here, but this is what I just did with the lower tension. And there's not many skip stitches, which is very nice. And it's feeding itself, and it's not getting caught on itself and sewing in the same place over and over and over again, making it yucky like that first bit. So this is looking very hopeful here. I think I want to make that stitch just a bit wider though, funnily enough. Let's see what 0.3 looks like. Gosh, even the back looks decent too. Oh, this is so exciting. I had so much trouble. Man, like, I record it because I do plan on taking clips, putting it together, and I'm going to post it on YouTube. Not necessarily as a tutorial, but just, I want to be able to see progress and stuff, because I, for whatever reason, always seem to forget about the progress of making a costume. So I'm just gonna document it now. But oh man, before it was painful. It was so painful fighting with this stupid silk stitch. Not only trying to learn how to get silk stitch going, but to also make it to where it also is doing its job. Ooh, almost got my finger on that one. Yeah, I think 3 might be the way to go. Let's look at it from a slight distance. Yeah, I think 3 is the way to go on that one. 2 is just a little too close to the edge. 3 gets it pretty good. Yeah, I think I like 3 better. We will do 3. That was a wonderful test. The results of this test have yielded exactly what I was hoping for. Okay, trim there. Wait, why am I trimming this? I don't know why I'm trimming this. This is my scrap piece for testing. So, now that I know that that works, we need to pull up, not his left sleeve, his right sleeve. Remember, right sleeve. Because I don't want to put the left one on yet, because the way that it's layered on the left is different. Here's my double-sided tape. This will help out because the fabric is so thin. Gosh, this is exciting! Oh, I'm so happy with this. I gotta look at it again. That looks so good. That looks so good! I think that blue's gonna work out, too. I think that blue's gonna work out and look real good on it. It's light enough, but it's just dark enough to add, like, that outline to it, you know? Okay, let's get this laid flat. So we can get our pieces in order. Gosh, this is gonna look so good. Oh man, I'm the type of person that, I think I said this before earlier too, but the small things, man. The small victories, especially after having hardship over a small thing like this, I just feel like I'm on the point of tears. I'm just so happy it's starting to look good. I don't want to get ahead of myself though because we're not finished, but it's already looking so good. Okay. Let's mark 1/2 inch above the top here because that is, wait, that's centimeters. 9 inches, 1/2 inch. Right there. So we should be sitting right there. Everything else should be going around it. Oh, get this lay flat. That is the challenge, getting this to lay flat. Alright, I should measure the, what is the 1/2 inch off of this. That's not a pen mark. Okay. Theoretically, this should fit, but the fabric's so finicky, we might have to put something here. Let's make some more 1/2 inch marks at the top so I can see how far away we need to be. This fabric's gonna fight me. So, looking too far down. Okay. Should I just go ahead and start putting the double-sided tape on it, and we can fix the double-sided tape? Also, tip, I'm not sure if they make, I feel like they probably have to make something that's like specifically geared to this, but with smaller little appliques like this, especially when I do silk stitching where it's laid one on top of the other, to get the applique to sit in place where I want it, I put double-sided tape on the back of it. Because it doesn't matter if it's still there after it's sewn in, and I feel like, if I remember correctly, even like real clothes makers do this with certain things. Just so they can get to sit in the same spot for the machine to be able to do the same thing every time without fabric shifting. But that is my little tip. Because you're never going to see it again because it's going to be entirely enclosed in. Okay, so I guess first things first, we probably want to put this top one at the top. Center it. That is where it sits. The next piece is to go down and just keep actually skip over that. Trying to get something flat because it's fighting that seam. Is that the problem all along? One little seam. Where's 3 inches? Where's 3 like that. Something flat. Why is something flat around here? Yes and no. Where is something flat? Let's do the job. I want to see if it's actually sitting how I want it to sit. Just not puckering at the top. That would be wonderful. It kind of is. So that needs to be down there. Regardless, that is okay. But that's kind of bowing. I think that's better. Granted. Yeah, okay, alright. Cut everything down and pray. Just do it? Just do it? Do we Shia above it? I think we Shia above it. Don't want to lose this piece, so this piece needs to go over there, and this needs to go underneath all that so I don't lose it. Seam ripper go on top, tape goes there. I went and made myself food and I have not eaten. I took one bite and I was like, I'll let that warm up. I'll let that cool off. Take a bite. And so. Gosh, I'm so anxious about this. I really am. I kind of do want a flatbed roll. Okay, we'll figure it out. Gosh, this is terrible. This is a terrible place for an applique. And that's why I tape it down. So it doesn't shift when I do all this. Oh no. I think we got stuck. I think we got stuck. We got stuck. Yeah, we did. How did we get stuck? Test went so well. Test went too well. That's what. Okay. Be more ginger with it this time. Everything up. Don't go too ham with it. Why is the foot not moving? The foot pedal is not moving. It does not feel like it's moving at all. If it is, it's moving so minutely. I feel like we're gonna get stuck again. It's gonna get all clogged up. I didn't change any settings. No, I didn't change any settings. I don't know, man. Yep, there it goes. Dick, it's so rude. I'm gonna go ahead and steam-work this out because we've already got a point where it's gonna be all yuck if I just keep trying to go over it. Why are we acting up? Because I got excited, that's why. It's like, oh, you're gonna be excited? You think you're gonna get this done easily? You did your test and you thought your test was going to yield the same results in real world scenarios? You're so funny. Why would you think we would ever cooperate with you? My new enemy, this Silk Stitch. Okay. Where is the cap for my seam ripper? There it is. Now, let's try again after I've modeled the edge of my fabric there. Did I start my test in the middle of a piece of fabric? I did. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we should start... I kind of just want to do one sweep. I really want to start halfway through. Do a bit too. There we go. Feeding through. You're doing good, Sewing Machine. I believe in you. It's not a good noise, though. I messed up again. Ah! I did mess up again. Not only did it get stuck, but it went off the fabric. GJ, GJ. And this is why I said we're going to be going through a lot of thread. A lot of it. It was looking good though. Didn't go off. Went off the deep end. Might as well just start over. Ah, shit. Cut the fabric. See, this is what happens whenever you go for a while and you're not paying attention anymore. That is a noise. Pull all this out. Oh boy. Please just come out. Nope, I'm gonna have seam rip you too. Of course we are. Of course we are. Right up in my tweezers. This can make it much easier here. I'll seam rip one more piece here. Yes, okay. Very good, very good, very good. Pull the rest of these pieces out. Please just let me start clean. Speckled and little tiny blue threads now. Okay. Close the seam ripper. What is this? Inazuma? Golden Dreams. I don't remember what this one's connected to be honest. I'm gonna do 3.5. Piling on top of each other. Why is this getting stuck? We did the test and the test did beautifully! Why is this getting stuck? Oh man, that's bad. What is so different about my tests and actual execution? Literally just Murphy being like, haha, anything that could go wrong will go wrong. Why do you ever expect to actually be successful doing this? Yeah, because that's awful. That's a bump there. Felt like we weren't going anywhere. It's just sewing itself. pull that out. And the bits where it's just a full knot of thread are such a pain to get out because they really have just tangled itself on itself. The areas when it skips and stuff isn't too bad because it's looser, but the ones that sew on top of each other and just, ugh. You really do need tweezers, just the amount of force you need to put in to pull it out because it's so tightly woven in one spot over another thread and another thread. Yeah, I think I made a hole in my fabric. To lower the tension more? Or is the tension too low? Maybe the tension's too low. Do a little bit there. Cut my fabric! The fabric I worked so hard to cut out. Okay. It'll be nice and put it at 5, maybe it'll react better. It is acting better. I don't know how much further away it is, but it is acting much better. You know what? Let's put on the 4. See what 4 looks like. There's not bad. 3 really is the best stuff. Oh, look, sorry, 2, sorry. Can you let me do 3 now? Piling? No, it's actually doing okay. Let's cross our fingers. Do you just have to press a button to change your tension? On mine? Oh, you can't see. The camera doesn't see it here. Let me pull it closer. At the very top here, there's a little dial, and it has numbers, was it 1 through 8? 9. 1 through 9. And so for silk stitching, it needs to be a bit looser, just because, how do I explain it? Silk stitching, here, you know what? I have an example here because we did a test. So silk stitching, which I'll hold it up to this camera, is whenever you have thread that is essentially making a line like that. And it needs to be looser because the needle is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and for it to be able to go back and forth like that, it needs to be looser or the fabric will start to pucker and kind of like pull together like that. So, but I have just, everything else is pretty fancy on here. The tension though is still a dial that clicks. No, we're gonna get over that. We're not gonna sew in the same spot. Oh my god. I'm gonna see if we can salvage this. Oh my goodness. Is it the same with the bottom? I'm trying to, the bottom tension, I think there was a way to do bottom tension. Or is it just the top? I think it's just the top, because the top is essentially, with the sewing machine, there's the 2 threads, right? And the bottom just kind of loops over the top. So I believe the top, I could be wrong, I could be talking out of my ass because this is just what I vaguely remember could be true. I think the top dictates the tension of both because they loop together, the 2 threads loop together, and if the top is really tight, it's going to pull the bottom one and make the bottom one tighter too, because it just comes up and loops through it. So I believe it's only the top tension that you need to worry about. There might be fancier machines potentially that do both, but I believe we just have to worry about... Oh, come on, we're not going to get stuck again. Come on. There you go. I believe it's just the top that needs to be worried about. Man, that's looking 100 times better than what I had beforehand. Oh man, I fought with this machine for silk stitching, and granted I might have been bullying it on accident because there's too much thickness of fabric, but it's already looking much better despite still giving me grief. I had an industrial machine, it's not as simple, and you do have to worry about the top and bottom. Yeah, I don't think, when I went through the manual, I don't think that this one has a bottom thread tension. I could be wrong, it could be somewhere around here, but the only dial that I have for tension is for the top thread, and it's up here at the top. Everything else is just like stitch selection and stitch length and the position of the needle. That's where the digital bit comes in. I don't think it has a bottom tension. I'm looking to get a regular machine. If you don't mind spending like $350 US after tax, this machine has been so good to me so far. And granted, I went from a very basic, like, I don't know, I think it's like $85, $90 standard Brothers sewing machine that I got back in maybe 2016. I've been really happy with this. If you've sewn on an industrial machine before, then you probably understand the like quality. This one has decent quality to it so far, and I've read reviews on this, and a lot of cosplayers themselves said this was their favorite budget option, since sewing machines can get pretty expensive. I have the details. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but if you scroll down to oh my gosh, what are they called? The panels. If you go down the panels, I have a specs and equipment thing, and in the equipment I have my sewing machine and serger listed, so if you want to go look at that one, I've been really happy with this so far. I believe it's a very basic entry-level digital sewing machine, but it feels nice. Like, the sewing, I've never sewed on a machine that's this smooth. And granted, I've sewn on old machines and like sew machines, but this has been very exciting for me so far. I quite like this one. And the only time it's given me grief is on this silk stitching here. Other than that, it's been beautiful. Like it has done everything and more that I want. And granted, it could also be user error for the silk stitching. I have no clue, but we seem to be doing much better now. There's a couple mess ups, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll take it. We're looking halfway decent. You also have a serger. How do you like that one? I like it. Once I've gotten in the rhythm of using it, it's okay. Like, I don't know if I would rave about it because I haven't had any other sergers to compare it to. And granted, I got this as a gift back in like 2018, my serger, and I'm not sure how old it was at that point in time. It was still brand new. Like, it was bought brand new, but I hadn't used it till last fall, which I'm terrible. But I like this so far. Like, it's done the job, and like it'll hiccup occasionally, but as long as I'm using the cut function alongside the serging, it seems to be performing just fine. Like, I'll twiddle with the tensions a little bit, but other than that, it seems to be making very nice, clean serge lines. So I was looking into one of those too, but I figure I could get away without one if I need to. Yeah, it really just depends on what exactly you're looking to do. Like, if you want something that's more clean looking and you want to have that, what's the word? If you don't want to have to worry about fabrics that fray, and you want to have a clean line, I would definitely look into getting a serger, unless you're adept at doing zigzag stitches to be able to hold those lines. Also, if you're doing a lot of stretchy fabrics, I would probably go ahead and get a serger too, if you're making like garments and stuff that are multiple pieces put together. Because not only is it a strong stitch, but it stretches with it too. So that would be food for thought there. But it just depends what you're doing with which one. But you could feasibly... granted, I haven't made too many from scratch costumes, but I have been sewing and I've been making costumes since I was a kid. And I've been making like cosplays since maybe like 2014, 2015. I've gotten away with a sewing machine up until this year, and I'm only pulling it out because I want it to look nice, you know. But you can get away with potentially using a sewing machine. It's just your personal preference, I feel like. Also, these silk stitches are going to be so messy. I know it. But if we can get them looking halfway decent, I'll consider it a win. Why is it? I have my pedal. Pedal to the metal does not go very fast with sausages. Okay. Coming to a curve. Oy, oy vey. Okay. Go on the curve. You can do it. This is looking decent. Ah, this makes me feel so much better. Oh, also, sorry, I didn't see that. Does it do 2 to 4 or 3 to 4? It does. It has 4 different threading options. I think 2 is the minimum because you need 2 as a minimum to do a surge. But it can do 2, 3, or 4 stitches, depending on what you want to do. The one I have, at least. And that's also listed down on the panel, the specs and equipment panel. You know what? It doesn't look the best, but I've fought with this so long, I think we'll call this good. Because I have fought so long just to get to look decent, and this looks somewhat decent. Here's the edge of the fabric, right there. Why is it pulling that way? It's being weird. Is it even sewing it? It is. Oh, and it looks. Oh, fuck. What did I touch on my head? Okay, don't change that. Still sewing? Yep. Okay. Not overlapping anything. Please stay on the fabric. Thank you. I don't know why it's so hard. Sew on the fabric. Slow but steady wins the race, and that's fine by me. I have got my foot all the way down the sewing pedal. These look kind of shoddy, but it is what it is. I'd say I was high class sewer at that, but I don't know why it's pulling that way. I wonder if the foots are pulling it in a weird direction. That's why it's going off course. Granted, it is quite hard to see the difference between this fabric and the white. This hair's so close in color. Still the same fabric, yeah. Like, under the foot pedal, it's very hard to tell. The foot pedal? What am I saying? The sewing foot, it has a little clear bit, which is very nice. But at the same time, it's also very hard to tell. What is that? Bunching. I don't want bunching, please. There we go. Don't you start bunching up again. Don't you start bunching up. We're gonna get through this together. We're almost at the end. Just hang in there. Please just hang in there. Yeah, the petals pull it at a strange angle. Find a way to compensate for that. You know what? I don't care if it's a little shoddy then. So be it. So be it. Everything. Yeah, that looks decent. That looks so much better than what it was before. Like, granted, not the finest work. But that is some puckering. Hopefully I can just iron that out. I'd never claimed to be a pro at this, but that outside edge do be looking pretty decent. We'll call that there. We'll do the inside one now. And pray that this will be slightly easier, hopefully. How do I want to go about this? Yeah, we'll go this way. Take that off too. Yeah, this one doesn't eat it. This one goes just fine. Used to give me grief, done it. Okay, change up myself. Oh. I need to keep eating. It is 9:30. I made this an hour ago. Are we looking okay? Yeah, we're looking good. Now, worst case scenario, if I remake him and I enter him in a cost test, I can just slice off the sleeves again and redo them again. Go that far down? Nope. Still in the middle. It's selectively fast. That looks decent. That looks so decent. That looks so much better than the other side too, which is unfortunate, but it's a learning curve. Regular sewing machines seem so hard to control, they go so fast. It's not a problem to me. I actually like going fast, especially on straightaways. Because it just goes. And honestly, I noticed at least with the machines that I've sewed on, maybe it's user error too, but the fabric starts pulling funky whenever you've got smaller stitches that go slower. Cause like I'm fighting the machine right now, how it's pulling the fabric through. It's making me drift a little bit, and it's not where I want to be. It's okay. It's okay. No, something's gotta give. I said this earlier in the stream. Something's gotta give. If this is what's gonna give, then so be it. Drifting. Quit drifting, please. Gosh, we got to the end. Here we go. Not really fantastic, but not too many puckers. It looks much better. We're improving! Improvement is being made. And I will consider that. That looks decent. That inside seam looks quite a bit better than the outside, and I'm not sure if tension, or is me with the fabric, or what, is making those puckers so apparent, but the inside seems to have done a little bit better job. There's still some areas that are kind of puckered. They're not as bad as the outside, but it's raised, it's been stretched. But improvement has been made. I might come back on the outside and redo that again, but it doesn't look half bad. And if I just come through and iron it out, that might solve some problems too, to be honest. I'll iron it out. And then we'll add in the blue backing for support. I think we'll be good. Okay. Let's see. Take another bite of food. And I put it off, but here we are. And I've got to do the thinking in my head for the other side of those sleeves, because those sleeves, other half of the sleeves got to go on before we put on the matching curve. And that looks awful. Miserable. What an awful design. Okay. I don't know if I can use any of this, but probably not that. Maybe we'll do some. Okay, if it goes up 3/4 the length of what we just did. So our A missing a line. Yeah, this will definitely work. Reduce, reuse, recycle. I say that and my definitely might not be definitely. I want that 2.5 inches wide. Because it's not as wide as our... Oh, never mind. Because our opening is 3 inches wide. But there's that gap. Thinking. Using brain to think. At the very least, I think I want it to be 6 inches tall. Ooh, that's the thing. I gotta account for... Here, let's think of it on the diagonal. Let's not think of it the same way we've been thinking of this. Turn it on its side, it would be shorter. Theoretically, it would be shorter than that by a couple inches. Should only go out 4 inches. Oh, using brain. If I'd done these measurements beforehand, this would be so much easier just to jump into, but... Such a weird angle, too! It's not on a 45-degree angle. It'd make it much nicer if it was. Okay. Think of it from the top down, because that's what's going to definitely be there. And there's about 1 inch. We're calling that 1 inch? Yes, I'm calling that 1 inch. It needs to be 1 inch under the apex of, not the apex, but I guess the apex of the underside of the A. Just about there. And then mark the bottom. 2 marks there. So from... that is the apex of it all together. So... I'm going to draw this line. And that is the top. That is the top. This is the bottom. We cannot go above or below. You're good. How far do I want to go out with that? If that's 1 inch. Ooh. 2 inches? I'm gonna call it 2 inches. The inner. That's not very far off. Call it 3 inches. 3 inches? How does 3 inches look? 3 inches looks marginally better. What about 2.5? This is too much brain work. Too much brain thinking. There's too much thinking tonight. Okay, so the edge is there. Because it doesn't need to go out that far. So are we going to say the apex is going to be 2.5 from that? Because the edge of the A is right there. I think that makes a decent little triangle. So we'll call it 2.5 there. 2.5 seems okay. How far down do we want to go though? We're gonna, you know what, we're making a square. That's what we're doing, so... How far... This weird angle that we're on. The edge of the A. It's right there. How far? How heavy is that? How far is that? Oh, and I have to account. Okay, we're making the outside of the square. Don't think about the inside. The inside has to be 3/4 inch up. Oh, this is this is infuriating. Okay. This is we'll say 2 inches. We will be generous and we'll say 2 inches. So the rest of the square needs to also be 2 inches based off of that. So hopefully I am on... I don't have a square, so I can't double check that this is going to be equidistant. I just gotta use my eyeballs. That looks pretty square to me though. So that is the outside of the square. Maybe we'll bring this one over to Shatab. Brain do not want to work. So this is the outside. Look around the corners afterwards. Make an arch square. As square as we can make it. So that's our square. Oh, and I drove over a line that I didn't need to. Oh! I'll try to get it to come out. That's the outside. Where's the 3/4 mark? Oh, yikes. We're not gonna have much room at all in there, are we? That's gonna curl in. No, no, no. I might have made this too small. That might be too small. I don't think that's gonna connect very well. Yeah, that's not 3/4 inches long, so I can't even curl it in on itself. Okay, what if... What if we make that 3 inches? I almost made. That's 2 3/4. Why is that 2 3/4? Did it slip? I think we slipped off a little bit. Yeah, there's 2.5. What if we made it 3? Add a 1/2 inch extra room. I'm just gonna throw everything. This is too much brain work. Okay. So theoretically, we want to go 1/2 inch down. That'll be our connecting line. There. We're doing 3 inches from there. Oh man. This is too big. It's gonna consume so much. Maybe not. No, it is. I can't use my brain. Also, that 3/4 inch is probably going to be the death of me. What if we went down to 1/2 inch? It could be a bit smaller. What is that, a 1/4 inch? It's like bang on, 1 centimeter. A little under 1/2 inch. Taking that out. We do the 2.5 inch. That will go all the way down to the inside. The square curls in, so that's 1/2 inch. And just curls in on itself. How much room is that? That is 1 inch exactly. You have some breathing room. Say a 1/4 inch needs to be given here. 1/4 inch around. 1/4 inch around the entire thing. So we're making this full-on square here. That is not. Man, this one looked janky AF. 1/4 inch. Yeah. I need to remark my ruler. My ruler's getting old. half an inch. No, we can't. Let's do a 1/4 inch. How do we make this go in? That's the bottom line there. Goes up. Oh, we're the outer line. Oh shit, I'm by the outer line. I can't turn it in on itself, can I? I don't have enough room. What to do, what to do? If I'd done more math beforehand, I wouldn't be scribbling on here for no reason. Okay, what can I do to fix this? Granted, I have as much fabric as I need, so I can just do all my theorying on this one fabric, but... Okay. Is that indeed going to be half an inch thick? The blue piece itself. That needs to be half an inch. 2/4 inches on the sides there. No, half inch, that's full inch across. Inch, another half inch. I need to just go in order. My brain needs to think in straight lines. Half an inch, 1/4 inch. Write this down. Come on, pen. Half plus 1/4 plus half plus. It looks like it could potentially be a full inch. 1 inch plus half inch. Kind of the width of 2 of those. So it gets skinnier as it goes. Kind of, so we can mess with it. Yeah, it does get skinnier as it goes, doesn't it? Okay, that brings me a little more a little more breathing room. Can I use my head now, can I? So that was the half inch, 1/4 inch. We could probably do 1/4 inch again. So that's just full half inch. Then that... We'll call a half inch. We'll call half an inch. Plus half an inch. No. 3/4. We'll be generous. So, we have 1, 2, 2 1/4. 2 1/4 inches across. What an odd. Why was this 2 inches? It should have been 2.5 inches. Oh my gosh! No wonder I'm struggling. I made that 2 inches, not 2.5 inches, because that was the measurement. Did we do the measurement based off of this? Yes, we did. Okay. I see where I went wrong. It's spotted. Oh no, okay, that's the music itself. I was like, I remember this one had a weird kind of leap in it, but that worried me. That worried me. Okay. What do I want to do with this now? So 2 inches was the measurement. Based off that, we'd have to go higher or steepen the angle, which I don't know if I want to do either of those, so I'm quite happy with this angle. But at the same time, is that a 45-degree angle? It looks very close to one. We could potentially just make it longer this ways. The same. More up, down, one over. Oh, it's 2 1/4 there. It is 2 1/4 there. Let's try 2 1/4. That was the measurement I came up with, so. No, we're not measuring this right, am I? I'm not. Okay. Still 2 1/4. It's okay if it's a little janky. It looks a little janky on his model anyhow, so do not fret, Q. That don't look right. Oh no, that one does look right. Okay. That is our outside square, roughly. Very roughly. Do I have more scraps, or do I need to just cut a new one? Probably need to cut a new one. So. Okay. Does that leave enough room? Yeah, it connects. It has room to extend down, because that's the bottom. Okay, it does have room to extend down. Where is it? Through here. And then with 1/2 inch. We'll continue extending down. That is the line we want to follow. Extending down. Now we want to curl around. Oh, it's not my phone, it's my mouse. We want to go around it. 1/2 inch. 1/2 inch. Am I gonna remember what lines to do? Absolutely not. But we'll be okay. And we can still use this as the... What I want to do with this line? We'll use this as the basis. Okay, that one's supposed to go out 3/4 inch. That might curve around though. 1/2 inch. What did I determine? Oh man, I can't remember what I ever determined. Oh, I write things down and I don't remember. And I counted across, but I don't remember how I counted across. So that was 1/2 inch, that was the 1/4 inch. 1/2 inch. Okay, so from the top. Okay, 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch. 1/4 inch for that inner bit. 3/4 an inch for that long white line. Okay. Yes, the white. And then 1/2 inch on the outside again. Oh gosh, sorry. So that needs to be 1/2 inch. I did right with the 3/4 an inch there. Where is the edge of my 1/4 inch? It's right here. So that needs to be connected. Yes, that's the edge of the line. But it's curving out now. And after that, 1/2 inch further up. Well, it would be 1/4 inch away from the line, so whatever that measurement is. 3/4 inch probably. And then from that line, that is, we're slowly going down. Oh, there's too many lines here! Can't remember what I've drawn. Make them nice and thick and dark, and then I will remember. Is that really 1/2 inch? Just a little over 1/2 inch. Down. So that line will be gone. Then going around, we need 1/4 inch is the standard. Going around, because the inner line stays the same, but or the white quote unquote white line stays the same. The blue line seems to get skinnier as it goes in. So we'll just make marks based off of that. Just under it. And that is 1/2 inch. Yes. Okay. So that connects because that's the white line. This is here. So the blue line's curling in. Oh, am I using my head right? No, I'm not. That goes around. And I want it to come up and just go that way. So literally it just needs to be, this is 3/4, this is over 3/4. Is that really the only line? That might be it. The outer line coming in. Still half. No, we need to make that. I need to make that much smaller. And emphasize that. Let's cut it out and see. Ugh. I think I did move that so there were no accidents. Some things you can only tell when you see the finished result. So let's try, because I've got fabric to spare. I'm sure y'all are probably tired of watching me fret over this. The inside corners rounded too? A little bit. A little bit. We'll see. It might be rounded out purely from the when we do the silk stitching. This also sounds really sad. It's a Traveler song. Let's see. Mesmerizing waves. Probably not. It sounds like maybe a could be a Traveler related thing, but it's probably Watatsumi maybe? Unless there's something else. Or if it's just named that to be named that. Okay. That don't look half bad. Oh, I forgot one more. I think. Hold on. Okay, just upon closer inspection though, I kind of want this bit to come down. Kind of break the difference. Like, we can make this a little shorter. And then this bit goes about further out. Looks real goofy though. It's really thick. We made it. Here, that will be the template. Where's my tape? That will be the reference, I think. I make the outside a bit thicker. Oh, we can make the bottom longer too. Here. Because we can just tape up like that. So we can just come off the bottom like this. I think that'll look better. That looks better, I think. Not that y'all can really see white on white, but on the gray here you can kind of see it better. This little bit. My alterations, I think that looks... I think we're getting there. I think we're getting there. It'll be going... yeah. Yeah, that looks okay. I think that looks okay, at least. Doesn't look that bad, is what, though. Could probably even go more off the bottom. Go off the tape. comparison, where's the A? Yeah, that's not bad. It's not super clean, but it's not bad. Especially how much brain power I put into that. Could be much worse. I don't mind that. Okay. You know what? A smart person would do this on paper first. But am I a smart person? That's questionable. Okay, so if we cut it out like that, and then we're going to want a piece that comes out. Here, we'll do this first. Line up the A, line up our line. Everybody lays flat. And we'll put this in for reference. Reference. That goes in. Edge of the A. And scoot over. Quit sticking to me. I know I've got tape on you. Please don't stick. That's a great sewing machine you make it. I'm not sure I know what you're asking. Like, are you asking if what I'm sewing is from a kit or from scratch? If not, I'm going to believe that you might be a bot, because that doesn't sound... that question doesn't sound quite right. Because I'm not making the machine itself. So I'm not quite sure what you're asking. Ooh. What is this one? Is this official? I think this is official. Oh, I think this is official. Yep, I think this is official. Gosh, I love official. When I'm trying to talk and she talks over me, it's kind of obnoxious, but I love official. Okay, brain. We need to keep working. Keep working, brain. I have a strong feeling you are a bot, because that is almost nearly exactly what you said last time. So I will give you a chance to sound not like a bot. If not, you will be banned. Because I do not take bots in my chat, thank you very much. Okay. We need to finish this off. So we need to continue. We want that 1/4 inch in between. 1/4 inch? Do we want a 1/4 inch? Yes, because that's what everything else is. 1/4 inch, which I have somehow made a 1/4 inch between that. That's good. And then 1/2 inch there, which will be connecting to there. Yeah. I can assure you I'm a human. Ask me a question. Why are you repeating yourself? Because you said that earlier, and I did acknowledge you. It's a funny joke. I asked you a question. Why are you repeating yourself? Because you didn't acknowledge me. Yes, I did. I acknowledged you the first time I read through it. Whenever you asked me what? Was it like an hour or two ago? You asked like an hour or two ago and I said, aha, that's so funny. Because I get the joke. Because Brother is a sewing machine brand. And you thought that she was sewing it for her brother. It's a funny joke. No, I'm wrong? What am I wrong about? About acknowledging you? Because I'm fairly sure I acknowledged you. That's why it made me think like you're a bot. Because you said almost the exact same thing earlier. It's not a joke. Well, if you don't think it's a joke, that's on you. Let's see. Design goes past that probably about an inch or so. And then it goes immediately straight down. I'm sad you mistook me for a bot. I'm so sorry that I mistook you for a bot too. But you presented yourself the same exact way, so you can't expect me to not think you're a bot when you say the same thing. Almost word for word. I feel like I'm gonna run out of room again. I am. So maybe not a full inch. We could go slightly past the middles. Quarter inch past the middle. About there. How could anyone fail to make distinction? Well, considering you are speaking into a text-based chat. Any bot could be in my text-based chat. I won't ban you, I promise. I thought you were a bot though, but I don't think you're a bot now, so you can keep watching. And that's when we pivot. We go straight down. Pretty sharp in here. I think we'll do that there. I think that looks okay. And half an inch. Half inch mark to help me. So we maybe get this somewhat in line. Straight down. Can you show us a close-up of your drawing? Oh, I'm trying to make... So I'm making appliques to put on my costume here. Once I get finished with that, I will, because I'm kind of cutting and pasting right now to make it into, I guess, a pattern of sorts, kind of. But I will give you a close-up of it soon, just not right now. Let's do quarter inch again. Base here is quarter inch. That was more than a quarter inch. What have I done? What have you done, Q? Okay, quarter inch. Quarter inch. How far does it go up? It goes all the way up. Okay. It just disappears into the void. Yep. So that can be just like that. Okay. Okay. Move egg, that's important. Cut this out. That out. Pray that this looks somewhat decent. I'm talented. I appreciate the compliment, but this is... Oh dear, how did I have this angled again? So it was like that. Like that? Shoot. So I was supposed to bridge the gap, I think it was, because that was the center point that went past. And goes down. Oh no, how have I done this again? So we align with that, I think. Yeah. Something like that, so... piece of tape. Oh, bridge it. And then we'll cut out the real piece of fabric. Please behave, piece of tape. Just need to behave for half a second. Get everything situated here. There we go. Okay. Looks okay. I think everything's lining up. I'm going in circles and circles and circles. That piece taped. Take the other side so nothing sticks to anything. This hopefully stays? Question mark. Okay. That does that thing. Did that go all the way down? Yeah. And that was supposed to not go down. And then this just sits in the void. Okay. Oh man. I should have done this beforehand, but I think we've finally gotten to the end result. Let's pokes through just a wee bit. Cool. I don't know if I can really pick this up though to show you. Let me see. I have something here. You know what? We'll use my notebook here because it's a different color and it's hard to see because there's white on that. So we'll put this. We'll slide this on here, and then I can show the camera what I've done since you'd like to see. So. This goes something like that, a little over. Almost finds us in there. So I'm going to use this. Oh, let me see if we can get in the camera. I'm going to cut real fabric out of that, and I need to make 2 halves of it. So I'm gonna cut 2 of those, and they go on either side, and it's gonna go on something like this. But whereas this one only has 1 V, the other side has a V and then those little squiggly things that I've just drawn. And now that I have a pattern, I think I can get this cut out into actual fabric now. Where did I put that? Let's see here. Thank you for the follow, Nigel. Off my books, back. Leave that open in case I want to write more. Okay, is this one right? Yeah, that's that one. It is 10:30 at night. Oof. I take so long. I take so long on so much. Okay. Cut that square before. But now, oh, that was a square before, so this will work perfect because it's 2 halves. Put it down this way. It doesn't matter where I put it, to be honest. As long as you can sit it flat. It's okay if it's a little janky. Ah! Don't stick me tape. You need to lay flat, please. Please, I'm begging you. It's taking much longer than it needs to be, please. Okay. Now, where did I toss my pen? Right there. Can outline this. No, don't stick to me, please. Ah! Reset. Reset. Okay. Stay now. Stay right there. Don't move a muscle. That there. Even if I can just kind of get a ghost of what the lines should be like, it'll be more than enough. Then fill in the gaps. Oh, Albedo! I was like, what is this one? I don't remember this one, but no, it's Albedo. Albedo's got such a cool one. Okay. Why do I have multiple lines going on? Because that needs to connect and that needs to connect. That's what the... Okay. That just goes like that. Oh, man. Wow. And we'll draw this base. Granted, I should have drawn this closer to the edge, but I can't be fussed right now, to be honest. Where are my scissors? Where are my scissors? Dang it! Bang the mic. I'm sorry, guys. Now that I'm cutting through two pieces of fabric, I will have identical sides. I guess identical is the right word, but I think mirrored was the word I was looking for. They will be mirrored. Just how I need them. Catch. Lucky catch. That's what we're gonna cut out. And there we go. Gosh, that took way too much time and brain power to make just that. That took way too much time and thought. Okay, I need to keep eating my sandwich that I made like 2 hours ago. Okay. Now we've got two Identical pieces. Oh, I can put it on here now. Okay. Alright, Mr. Chongyun, show me your sleeve, sir. You know what, I might as well just turn this off for now, so I can have the work table. The work surface is much more valuable. We don't need that quite yet. Do measurements. Why does this one seem closer than the other side? Because it is, technically. This one's closer, so they aren't exactly identical. I've been foiled again, but it's okay. It's only a slight difference. It kind of tapers at the top, so maybe I can just bring it lower. We'll do instead of a full. No, we'll still do the full half inch because I think that'll look cleaner. I think it's just design-wise, they. Full half inch looks so much cleaner. Just pepper these half inch marks down the length. Okay, that sets the precedence for the A. The A goes on last, so I need to figure out where to put the rest of these dudes in the absence of A. No, I'll put like 4 pieces on A, maybe 5 pieces. 1 in the middle, 2 on the sides, and then worst. At worst, I will pull that off and lift it up. 1 piece. Just so I can get the placement, because that's what's going to bother me. Some of these fit on here. But I don't want to do more math. I successfully made little twirly things. I don't want to do more math. Please stick. Thank you. Okay, so we'll slap A on first. Because A is where everything starts and ends. Now to get these guys on. Go ahead and put tape on the back. I'm gonna have to make these much smaller pieces of tape. Oh, come on, unravel. 1 there. 1 this side just to hold that down. Okay. How do I want this positioned? We said roughly. Oy. I have a feeling this side's gonna look so much worse than the other side. Purely for the fact that there is much more silk stitching needing on me. Oh, needing to be done on this side. Okay. Lay flat, lay flat. Thank you. A is not sitting as it should be because A is trying to conform to the fabric. A is doing its best. That needs to go one inch from the top. One sitting roughly like that. And everything else. That's not a flat surface. Flat surface. That's too big. What do I have that? Small and flat. Small and flat. My phone! My phone is small and flat. That's too high though. See the errors in my ways. Come on. Let's go a little lower. Do the exact same thing. Okay. Right, I need to round the edges. Need to round the edges. They'll round themselves out when I sew round them, but these two specifically are much more rounded than the others. They'll round them out. That one's kind of sharp, but it's okay. I think that looks okay though. Like that. Like that. This also needs to be double-sided tape. We'll stick you on. This tape can go. Don't need it anymore. That barely peeks out. What if we move this situation right? So you should just a little further back. Is A still covering most of you? It really is. It really is, but we've got the gist of what we want. Bring it ever so slightly closer. Okay, no, it'll show up closer. Because A's gotta stay on this line. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I can feasibly bring this back just a wee bit. Give it some breathing room. A. Don't go out that far, actually. Yeah, there we go. Okay. That's looking okay. That's looking alright. Giving me a headache, but we're looking good. We're getting there. I can see there. Now, the question is, can we do the other side? The world may never know. Let's pray that that's the case. Theoretically, this side should be easier considering I have something to literally mirror it based off. So, let's get this side taped up. It's too big again. That just needs to go in the trash. Little petite pieces of tape. Put 2 down here this time. Maximum hold. Probably the best place to start. Oh, this is gonna be a struggle. Getting this even. I think that's one of the hardest things to do symmetrical type designs. It's rough. Hitting a little high. Hitting a wee bit high. No, stick with people. Lay down. Lay down. Oh my goodness, camera scared me! Ah, camera went out again! That's just been telling me I've been sitting here way too long if I've drained the battery twice. Okay. Let me put with that. I will shift the front facing cam? I guess front facing cam is not the front facing cam though. Okay. I just need to get one of those dummy batteries. That's just what it's telling me here. Okay. Oh man, I've been here for 4 hours, more than 4 hours, 5 hours, 45 minutes. My goodness. No wonder it's died twice on me. So, what did we do before here? We're going to turn that off. We're going to turn that off too. And then, is it right here? It goes here. Don't mind me just casually shifting everything around to get the camera in the spot it needs to be. Oh, I'm knocking everyone over in the process. Good job, Kyo. Good job. Okay, and then this was the one? Yeah! Turn it down just a bit. You can see what I'm doing still. Now, let me charge this battery pack. Unfortunately, I'm probably not going to be using the DSLR, at least a DSLR view, for the rest of the stream, because I need to get to going to bed soon. I think we'll cap it off at midnight, so maybe 1 more hour tops. We shall see. Let's hope we can get this done within the hour. I will be kind of sad if I can't. Okay, battery is charging. Let's move the camera away to keep it safe. Because that's a very good idea. Keep messing with placement on the shirt. Okay. Don't fall over now. You're scaring me, tripod. Don't fall over. There we go. Okay, where was I? Was that the fake one? What is this? This was the dummy, I think. Looks pretty close to me. I think we'll call that there. Not that one. This one. Something like that? No. Try again. Yeah, something like that. Okay. Get a little closer. Cool, I think that's it. I think that's what we want. Okay. Now that I have the tripod blocking my view of Chongyun again. Okay. let's remove A. Not all of A's tape. You've done us well, Abe. Thank you so much for your help. I'm losing my mind. Take that off. And now we can begin silk stitching. That's what everybody wants to do, right? Right. Where is the auxiliary? There's auxiliary. Not the right. Don't get tangled yet. We're not pulling the serger out right now. Okay, on we go. On goes the sewing machine. We gotta reset the settings. So it was 4. That was down to 3. And this was also 3. That was also 3. Keep everything consistent. Try to at least. Oh, maybe this one would be easier. We are literally on the right side. I think that's on the right side. We are literally sewing in the middle of the fabric. Tension is down. 4, 3. I think we're good. Hold my breath. Come on. We're going so slow. The wire's stuck in it. Nope. Why are we getting stuck again? Why are we getting stuck in one spot? Don't make me angry. We need to preserve these. Please. I'm begging you. These fabrics must be preserved. Don't want to have to cut them again. Why are we sewing in one spot? Why are the feet not pushing it through properly? Okay. Start over. Take 2. Take 2. Oh, it's gonna be more difficult. I have multiple pieces to I guess fixed it. A little bit, maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, that looks better. There we go. Looking through just fine. Perfect. Come on. Round the corner, you stupid thing. Straighten out. Oh, it's probably fucked up my other bits. knew it'd be so hard, the silk stitch. Ah! That wire out from underneath it. That's probably what's inhibiting my full foot pedalness. Again, as I said before, I think this side's gonna look crappier. It's okay. It could look better, but it doesn't look awful, at least. At least it doesn't look awful. That doesn't matter because it's off. It's gonna be covered by the A. Okay. Now. Time for the big boy. And you better cooperate. I'm gonna be very upset if you don't. I want to start from the middle or the outside. I don't know if I want to start from the outside. This is Smile Abyss. Sounds like Abyss music. Oh, excuse me. I'm so sorry. Mr. Wolf. Was it Andrius? Andrius? Andrius, I think. Does the whirl of boreal wind. I am so sorry. I am so sorry to make the assertion that you could potentially be abyssal. Which was not my intention. Why is this sitting goofy? Probably for me fussing. Me fighting with that. That's probably why it looks fine. The fabric. Let's sit over the fabric. I think it'll be okay though. How much further do we have to go? Keep getting stuck. Underneath. No, why are we stuck? We're looking so good so far, and you had to get stuck, huh? Huh? Why did you have to get stuck? Do you not like wanting to turn, huh? Is that the problem? Okay. Start fresh on that new line. We can do it. We can do it. It'd be easier for everything to stop there and no wait. Fabric stretching too. Ollie! My strings. Whoa! snapped. The bottom snapped? What? Those were not my strings. I was holding the wrong. No, I was holding the right strings. Why did you snap? Clean off. How rude. I'll have to seam rip that out. That looks super ugly. It's not what I'm looking for. I've been working on this for so long, my hands are getting shaky now. I want to cooperate, and I really need them to cooperate when I'm literally stabbing stitches to rip them out. It just knots itself. Ugh. I haven't tried my microphone back. What a fool. Put that back. Please don't rip a hole. This is really not a good place to rip a hole. There we go. Okay. Restart. Clean slate. And only a tiny hole. I will take it. That could have been much worse. Why are we getting stuck? Why are we not feeding through? Close the seam ripper. Reset. Allergies been so bad here lately. My nose keeps running and running and running. I hope I'm not sneezing. Oh. We're running. Yeah, we're running. Wanna go a little bit further. I'm gonna cheat. I just want to go over there for some reason. Something snapped. Something snapped. I swear, something snapped again. I'm gonna lose it! I'm gonna lose my ever-loving mind! Okay. We're not stuck at least, so that's good. Now, make sure my little applique is sitting where I want to sit. So when it sews, it's where I want it to be when it sews down. Gosh. And I really do feel the fabric is stretching. The fabric is stretching. The fabric is stretching. Which is what it's meant to do, but I want this applique to go down flat, so 100% cotton. I want to do so much. Straight along. Do your best. Too bad. You know, at this point, as long as it doesn't look like absolute shit, I will take it. That looks decent though. I'm quite pleased with that. That wasn't bad either. Maybe there's hope yet for this. And we still got a couple not inches, a couple stitches to go. We're getting to the end of this line. Have wood to knock on. This isn't even a wooden table. It's not looking half bad. Once it's staying and behaving. Do a little more. A little more. Oh! Foot, come on. It doesn't look pretty, but it looks good. It really does. Like, so far, I think this is acceptable. Definitely not my best work, but considering I don't silk stitch very much, this is a good go at it. Oh no, this is the lantern right music. It's just called Leeway. Oh, I'm gonna cry. It makes me think of last year's lantern right. Yeah, it's slightly cattywampus, but it's okay. Chongyun's thing is slightly cattywampus too, so... John's the prettiest, but yeah, that's a hot mess over there. We won't look too close at that one. Why is it pulling that way? Oh, come on. Come on, we're not getting stuck. We're not getting stuck. Nope, we're not getting stuck. Ah, we're so close. We're so close. We've got literally 1, 2, 3 corners to go. We've done so many turns and now you're backing out on me? Huh? 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 I'm gonna pull you out of this hole. Nope, we're not. You've got yourself... Oh my god. You've got yourself firmly cemented in there. How the hell? You ate my fabric, you stupid machine. Okay. We're getting to the time of night where Kyo really is just done team. Holy crap. It really has just buried itself into the machine. Like it was doing with the other side when we first started. I'm gonna remove the foot. What is A2? Huh? I don't know what that does. The foot is as far as it'll go. So is the needle. Take the foot off. Get closer. No, this ain't go much further. Come and get this out. Please look at it. Oh my gosh. Why have you dragged that into the machine? That leaves a hole and be so mad. Golly! You see how much effort that took me to pull that out? Why did you eat my cloth? There's no need to do that. Okay, and there's a big old knot on the corner, I'm sure, right? Right. Let's assemble the machine again first. Look at that. Let's hook up there. That's connected. That's pulled out. And seam ripping. Because that is the specialty of tonight's stream. Got a mistake in your life? Just seam rip it. I knew trying to get these done by midnight might be a lofty goal. I'm going to be more upset if this leaves a hole up here, because this is a more visible piece. Majority of the knots gone. Okay, I think all the knots actually gone. No hole. Very tiny hole. Even smaller than the last one. Very good. Let's see if we can finish this off. And not get stuck again. And hopefully the machine doesn't eat my fabric again. Okay. Okay. You hear that, machine? I know you're hungry, but this is not food. Not for you. Yeah. Oops. Gosh, damn, that has everything. Why did it snap again? It's a decent quality thread, I thought. Let's see if it'll keep going. Not. There we go. Corner. Now that wasn't so hard, was it? Was it? I don't think it was that hard to do that. No, no, we're not getting stuck. We're not getting stuck. Just that one little bit was hell. see. We just won't look that close. Man, I was so excited to start. Did they post snap? No, they didn't. I was so excited to do more silk stitching because I quite liked it in the past, and I thought it was just my machine that was faulty. Maybe I just don't know the technique at all, because here is our final outcome on this half, at least. And it's so wavy because I've stretched the fabric so much. Hopefully an ironing will just flatten everything out a little bit. And we just won't look super close to the silk stitching. Just turn your eyes away. Avert thine gaze, please. Do not perceive my bad, my terrible silk stitches. I think we'll start the same way on this side. Let's try from this side. We're doing the opposite, so. Sure. Going the opposite way I normally have been. Any habits I had, well, that'll be lost. But that's alright. Oh, that was terrible. I pulled that one too much. We won't talk about it. If we don't talk about it, nobody will know. That line was decent though. If they could always behave like that, that would be the ideal. That was fairly clean and it doesn't look too puckered. Okay, I guess I'm starting from this side. We'll go around the circuit. And we're not going to get stuck. We are not going to get stuck, please. So yeah, just very much on the edge. Oh my goodness. I don't want to push this one. Go further down. I'll do that just like that. That wasn't bad. I'll eat my words soon. No, we're not getting stuck. We're not getting stuck, please. Please, please, please. So we go slow. I'll pull you out. I'll pull you out of the rut that you caused yourself. Okay, even with that hiccup, we're still looking okay. We're looking on par with the other side at least. Oh, come on. Just a wee bit. I believe in you, Sun Machine. What is this one? Oh, hi! Thank you for the raid. Oh, I can speak. Thank you for the raid, Weeb Next Door. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. I'm sorry it took me a minute to see that everyone jumped in. I have been fighting with this sewing machine, so I've been focused. Welcome in, everyone. Hello, hello. Oh my goodness, rated me. Thank you for the follow, Yonami, and also thank you for the follow, Zenix Streams. The lure of the sewing machine. But I'm working on a Chongyun cosplay right now, and we are fighting with silk stitching because I decided that I wanted to do pretty silk stitches, and that was potentially a mistake. Here, we want that then on that side. Now rotate around. How far did that go up? I don't even know. We're just gonna go down. Yeah, we're almost okay. I see that. We're about halfway done with this side. And then we gotta put on the long bit that like arches over. I don't have my camera set up as usual. The one that like arches over the top of the sleeve. That is the edge, so just go down a little bit here and we'll come out this way. Yeah, sure. I've given up the idea of perfection and we strive for adequacy, at least on this part of the cosplay. And this half, granted, while not looking perfect, is looking slightly better than the other side, so I consider that improvement. Is at the top? Yes, this is the top. I'm sewing the little blue appliques that are like, granted you can't see me, but like on his shoulder bit there's like the sleeve, and then on the sleeve there's like the little arches that have blue. what's the word? The blue has, I can't speak. The blue arches and like the blue designs. That's what I'm working on right now. So perfection is a construct. Oh man. Hello, welcome in, Shaylon. Oh, thank you! Thank you for liking my Instagram stuff too. Yeah, my data too. Thanks, guys. Also, thanks for the follow, Traylon. But yeah, I've done cosplay for quite a while now. I feel like I'm slowly getting better, but that's potentially an objective thought. I see slow improvement, even though I've been doing this since like 2014. Slow but steady wins the race, am I right? Right. If I'm being honest, this Chongyun cosplay that I'm working on right now, it is probably the most ambitious thing that I've done. A lot of times I like to thrift and alter. Or I will get pieces from you probably can't hear me over the phone, sewing machine. I like to get thrift and alter, or I like to get, I guess, pieces from a set that you can buy online and then I'll alter it to make it look better from there and slowly improve on it. But this is, I'm doing everything for Chongyun from scratch. Literally the only thing, I didn't make the shoes. I'm painting the shoes. And the wig I got from Arda, but I'm going to be hand dyeing that wig. So literally everything else on this costume is going to be handmade some way, some form or another. Lol, right? I've been cosplaying since 1986. I hope you've improved too. I'd like to believe it. You know, if you do something long enough, you find like better ways to do it. Regardless of how long it takes you, but I would think that you would find something within that time period. One more link to go. Don't jam up now, please. Oh my goodness. Okay. We finished this part. And I will show you how okay it is, because it's not great, but it's okay. I've been fighting with it so long, we're going to call it acceptable. Okay, is there any other strings? I swear, no, did I not stop somewhere? Okay, let's see if I can show y'all this half. I think ironing out will hopefully make it look a little better, but this is the little swirls. I've done both sides. So hopefully, yeah, there's like knots in the corner of this one here. This one I don't think has any knots, so I don't think I got cut up anything. But it's still, the fabric has been stretched. It's very apparent this fabric has been stretched. But if I don't guide it along, it always seems to get caught up on itself, which is obnoxious. It is obnoxious indeed. Okay, now we've got to put the A on top of it. That is the last thing to do for this side. Oh my goodness. You know what, I think I will finish this night. I said I was going to end at midnight because I do need to sleep because I have a job to go to tomorrow because real life is a thing. But I don't think it'll knock on wood. I don't think it'll take too long to put this on. I've already got it marked out because I had to use it for a guide earlier to get all these on. So hopefully this doesn't take too long. You're brave with an eye. I don't think I'd be up to attempting machine sodas appliques. Yeah, see, I've seen other people do it in passing. I've never actually watched someone. But I really, if I was gonna go all in and do this as a fully from scratch cosplay, I wanted to do something fun like this and want to look nice versus just like, I don't know what I would have painted. I didn't want to really paint these. I wanted to have these like material bits, and even with them looking kind of crappy, I think it'll still look cooler. I still think it'll look cooler in the long run, but it has definitely been a journey thus far. Why is that like that? Okay. I think that's, where's my phone? Oh, you would hand sew. See, my hand sewing is like, it's durable. It's ugly as fuck though. Your way is probably much faster and has nicer stitching. Yeah, like my hand stitching is ugly. It is so ugly. I don't even try. I do it for just like stuff that isn't seen, and that's about it. You can get this aligned here. Is that still aligned on that side? Close enough. But hand sewing, I thought about this because this is not the first time I've attempted these. The beginning of the stream, oh my gosh, almost 7 hours ago. Almost 7 hours ago, I literally started with seam ripping everything off because I'd already attempted these once and I ended up cutting too much and I didn't like how wide the V's were on the side. So I was seam ripping from the very beginning, and originally I thought I could, before today's stream, I thought I could salvage it by hand sewing over top and making it look nicer. I tried that. Nope. It just made it worse. I made it so much worse. Plus, this is much faster. Long day stream. Make sure to take care of yourself. Yeah! I'm gonna go to sleep afterwards. I gotta go to work. So, once I finish this bit, we're probably gonna end it because it's been a long day. But I usually do anyhow, whenever I just do, what's the word? When I do sewing and working on cosplay stuff myself, I usually spend like 8 hours working on stuff. But today, I thought it might be fun to stream it, and y'all missed it. I had 2 cameras going, but my DSLR battery died, and I totally forgot about getting a dummy battery, so I could just plug it into an AC outlet. So that'll be a thing for another day, and we'll have to use the webcam for now. But one day, I like the setup with that, though. It looks much nicer. But let's see if we can get this on. 'Cause I think that's equidistant. Yes, yes. Do we go on the outside or inside first? What do I want to do? Outside or inside? We'll do outside because it goes over everything else. And we'll start from this side. We'll start from this side. Streaming is always learning. Yes, I have figured that out. I've been streaming since, was it February or March? I do 2 days a week since February and March. And this is the first time I've done like a sewing stream. So this is all brand new. I'm Central Time too, so I'm gonna head out, have a good night. Thank you for stopping by! Thank you for following too! It was fun to chat! You have a good night! You have a good night, Zenix. Get set. Can't find the edge of the fabric. Let's hope it doesn't freak out going over. It's looking clean so far. That's looking clean. Keep everything. Oh, that's looking good so far. Oh no, I get too excited. You'll sink into the longer sewing streams, huh? I only did 3.5 hours today. Yeah, for sure. Like, even 3.5 hours is a long stream. Like, usually I'll do my gaming streams about 3 hours and I'm done. But sewing, since I'm just kind of like a little more idle and I'm not staring at a screen the whole time, it's a little easier to do longer streams. They get away from me since I'm sewing anyhow. Like, I'm sewing anyhow. I might have oversewn that. Hope I didn't. Oh shoot, don't rip that off. Don't. We need you taped. We need you taped. What have I done? Last bit tape down there. Okay. Think I fixed it? Question mark. We shall see. Yeah, by all means, feel free to lurk. Yeah, it would feel like hanging out con, just hanging out and streaming and cosplay. I've thought about doing that, but at the same time, it takes me quite a while to get into costume to be like satisfied with what I'm wearing in costume and how I look on, you know, if I'm going to present myself. So I don't always have a few hours. Like on Wednesdays, I do it after I get home from work. Like I come home, I do stuff around the house that I need to get done, and then I will eat dinner and then get on stream. So I don't really have time to spend on getting ready. Saturdays though, I do have more time on Saturdays, but we shall see. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Plus it's been real hot in my room because I live in Texas and it's essentially summer now, so it is hot and I don't know if I can wear all those layers. Yeah, cosplay stream sounds like it'd be real hard. Yeah, like you're already tired from doing stuff during the day. Yeah, whether it's school or work. And it just does not sound appealing to slap more things on and sit down when you're not comfortable. Lately, I've just been wearing comfy clothes. That's what I do on streams. I wear comfy clothes or a shirt that I don't have any place to wear out because I don't go anywhere. Are we buckling? Yeah, we're buckling. This is okay. This is okay. Okay, that taped back okay. So, come around the curve. Just come around the curve. Don't get stuck, please. Very good. And that doesn't look too bad. Like, it's missing some stuff, but it doesn't look too bad. Don't look too bad at all. Can we scoot over again? So we're actually sewing the fabric. Thank you. Now, lay it flat underneath. And it'll be golden. At this side at least. Ditto. Super hot in SoCal, Los Angeles too. Anime Expo this year will probably be— ooh boy! I've always wanted to go to Anime Expo just because they get— since it's so big and it's on the west coast, they get like Japanese guests, but I do not have the time or money to travel out there. So, oh man. I'm gonna cry a little. That looks okay. That looks sad. That looks satisfactory. Oh man. Yeah, I have no clue. I have a con I'm getting ready for. It's literally a month from now. It's over the end of July to the beginning of August, and it's gonna be held in Dallas. Who knows how fucking hot it's gonna be that weekend? It's gonna be dead of summer. Here in Texas, heat index could be— potentially could get up to like 110, 115. It's not unheard of, especially that time of year. But I will be staying inside in nice air conditioning. And I will be making sure I am well ventilated because I don't have— okay, how do I phrase this? I have health problems to where I don't sweat, so I can't cool myself off, so I have to be real careful about heat stroke. Flatten out for me again. I'm asking a lot from you. Please flatten out. Summer con gonna be bad this year. Summer cons are always bad. I live in Texas and I almost exclusively go to summer cons. It is rough, my man. Cool. Oh man. This feels so good to be done. The silk stitch. As soon as I started doing it the first time and it was just an absolute nightmare, I was really loathing this. Here, I will show off my work now. I think a little iron will make it look better. But I think overall it looks okay. It looks alright. Nods. I have a few friends who don't sweat and they went to our Ren Fair this year and they had to stay in the car with air conditioning. Yeah, man. If it gets hot, and especially if it's humid too, I just kind of die a little bit. Man, I'm real happy with that. After all the hell I've gone through, this came out decent. Like the corners, some of them are kind of off, but that's okay. I can come back and hand stitch through some of these ones that are a little messed up, but other than that, I think it looks pretty decent. Pretty nice. Thank you! Let's try it on. Let's see. Oh, if it looks just as good. Oh, it's probably not gonna look as good because I need to put the insert in still. But let's see, tilt this up a bit. Yeah, I think that'll look okay though. This sits about, yeah, Yes, it's about that high. I think it might have gone a little higher than what his is. I think it needed to be a little bit lower, but that's okay. It's alright. I think it looks okay though. You look okay. Cool. Very satisfying. Then I can deal with this that I messed up on last time. And then maybe I can finish out the back eventually too, because I gotta put the foam on the back. But that is a foam working day. Okay, this comes off, and okay, we're only like 7 minutes after 12. I got that done in record time. So, alright. Anything else I need to do? What do I need to do next? It's not just folding out the edges. I think it's just folding out the edges. I think... Here, let me shift this around to where I can actually talk. Y'all can see me and my vaguely, not sweaty face, but oily face. How do I end this off? How do I do this? I always forget how I want to end streams. Thank you all for coming to watch and talk with me tonight. This was awesome. Like, I don't usually get many people on my streams, much less people that chat, so this is really cool to me, and I really appreciate y'all coming to hang out. Like, I think this is super cool, and everyone that followed, thanks so much. Like, it means a lot to me, because I'm still baby streamer. I'm still figuring things out, and obviously I'm just here at a sewing machine tonight. So as much as I try to explain and talk about it, sometimes I get to the point where it's just like I'm focused and going. But I stream on Wednesdays and Saturdays. That's my usual schedule at 8:30 p.m. Central. I do usually gaming for the most part. I'll probably be picking up more cosplay stuff just because I'm starting to feel the con crunch. Con is a month away and I've got too much stuff to do. So I will probably do more streams like this. I don't know how long. I might pick up more Sundays or Thursdays that have longer streams like this where we just go and just do stuff. Just because I need to be working on those days, and those are my days off from work, so those are easy days to just literally go all day for an, what, 7-hour stream? We're almost capping it at a 7-hour stream tonight. Anyway, usually I play games. Usually I play Genshin Impact. I've played some Stardew. It's been a while since I played Stardew. And what else do I play? I've played a couple, I've currently on stream, I've played one RPG Maker game, and there's a couple that I've been looking at to do. So if y'all are interested in that, I usually do that on Wednesdays and Saturdays, 8:30 Central. I don't know where else to cap it from there, but thank you for coming, and I hope y'all have a good night, and I will see y'all later. Bye!